Where am I? There I am. There I am. I was wondering why I wasn't on the screen. Good morning, everybody. How is everybody doing today? Oh, fantastic. Yes, it is Sunday. It is early on a Sunday morning. Or not easy like Sunday morning. No, it's early on a Sunday morning. And welcome everybody to the Stage of Reason pre-show. So this is the little live stream that I do 30 minutes before we go live over on the Politics Discord server for the Stage of Reason, which is my once a month stage where I talk to believers about what they believe and why, and I have a special guest with me as well. So it's going to be good morning. For those of you who've been here before, thank you very much for coming back and checking it out. And for anybody new, I appreciate you being here. Nothing like some heavy beats to get it started in the morning. You got your wake up juice. Got your vapor, your smoke, got your heavy beats, and hope you had a sausage, egg, and cheese taquito like I did this morning because it was fantastic. Hope everyone is doing well. Let's see who all we have in the chat this morning. I know we don't have a lot of people just yet, but as it kind of it'll fill out, and right before we get the stage started at 10 o'clock. So we got a little bit of time to kill so I can get warmed up, get everybody, this is kind of like, I'm the pre-show to my show, which is weird. I'm kind of like, I'm the lead-in for my own show. So Richard Ford became a new member of the Godless Army. Thank you so much, Richard Ford. I do appreciate that. If you're here, Captain Butt, heyo, good to see you, Captain Butt. Elizabeth S, good to see you, hon. I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for hanging out. Fenton Moley, BTD, 2L2Q. Thank you so much, Fenton. You rock. The weirdo currently known as Evan. Evan, good to see you. Says, yep, gave them scritches. I just need to make sure that they had food. Make sure that their food was good and their water was good. So thank you very much, Evan. Do appreciate that. Charlie Welch, good to see you. Thank you so much for hanging out there, bud. The only man on the internet you never make a bet with. That's the Welchie. Gubba Gaiman, good to see you all. Thank you so much. I do appreciate that, Gubba. Thank you so much for hanging out. Duramo10, thank you so much for being here. It says, now upon the stage we strut and fret, a tale full of sound and fury. This is true. Yes. Shakespeare. Fenton Molly of breakfast. Yes, breakfast taquitos. Technically, it was a breakfast taco, but it's rolled like a taquito. So, but technically, it's a breakfast taco. So, what can you do? I made sure that my hours were in order because my hours have been so screwed up lately. Trying to maximize the month of July and get content out. And so far, it's been working really, really well, which I'm really pleased about. The response to that Matt Powell video has kind of blown my mind. When I dropped it, what is it? I actually don't know how many subscribers that video pulled in, but I'm surprised that it blew up because Matt Powell he is kind of low hanging fruit. And, actually when it comes to apologetics, it's all low hanging fruit. It's all very, very easy to shut down, but I was kind of blown away, by how big that kind of blew up. So thank you very much for everybody who checked that out and supported that and commented on it and liked it. You guys rock. Couldn't do it without your support. So appreciate that. Revel Torga says, what's this about, this stream? This stream right here, right now, this 30 minutes before 10 o'clock is the pre-show before I head over to the Politics Discord server, and I'm going to be streaming that as well for the Stage of Reason. The Stage of Reason is my monthly stage over on the Politics Discord where I sit down and I talk to believers about what they believe and why. And I usually have special guests on with me, like Jefferson Spatchcock, Amy Newman, people will pop by. And I try to keep the panel small so we can keep the conversations more controlled and more contained. So it's not just people leapfrogging on each other trying to get a word in edgewise. So, but yeah, that I decided to do that on the third Sunday of every month over on the Politics Discord server. The link for Politics Discord is down in the description. So I hope that answers your question. Cygnus TSP has been a member of the Godless Army for 37 months. Thank you so much, Cygnus. You rock. Appreciate that support. And God equals the square root of -1. Good morning, sane people. Good morning to you, God equals. Good to see you. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Apart from that, things have just been kind of busy because been cranking out the content just because I needed to make sure that I was on top of that. And still growing the channel and everything. Still kind of working on my wife and I are still working on the treasure hunt thing. Still doing that, just like slowly but surely, just taking our time with it because we don't want to burn ourselves out and get too distracted with that. She's currently got some ovens in the fire regarding her career in in cybersecurity and a number of other stuff. So she's working on that stuff. I'm working on this. And that's pretty much it. It's pretty much just been, nose to the grindstone as it is. I've got new stuff coming out. The Trent Horn video is almost done. It turned into such a massive endeavor. I'm having to break it up into 2 parts because the video just was too long. This is what happens when I try to take on videos like Trent Horn's video was over 20 minutes long. And when videos get up to a certain point, and they start gish galloping and stuff, you have to break it up because it's just, my video wound up being 40 minutes, and I'm not interested in doing a 40-minute video where I break down the same person over and over and over again. So, but yeah, I'm gonna have to break it up into 2 parts, just like I did with the Eric Hovind stuff. I've done that with Eric Hovind and a couple of others, but I'm gonna have to break it up into 2 parts, have some fun with that. And I've got, Matt Powell's coming back for another video on his. This one dude who thinks this one apologist thinks he's got a real hand on philosophy. It's going to be really fun to debunk that. So a 10 of 10 would watch a 40-minute video. I've done some long ones. And they just don't perform as well, and people kind of like it. I find that in between 15 and 25 is kind of the sweet, like 20 minutes is kind of the sweet spot, like 19 minutes, 20 minutes, and my best stuff is typically in between 15 and 25. If I go above 25, I start pushing towards 30 minutes, towards half an hour. I mean, you think about it, like it's like a half hour of television with no commercials, and so people kind of like, I realize it can kind of be pushing it. And I'm no Professor Dave, so I'm just doing like the philosophy thing, like debunking theology, debunking apologists and stuff like that. We use a little bit of science and everything, but Professor Dave's the one who's slamming it with like the full-on tear down expose shit. So this is the way the algorithm works for me, I suppose. Then again, unlike Professor Dave, I don't have like 3 million subscribers, or like 4 million subscribers. But I hope everybody's doing well this morning. Like I said, new stuff coming up, and we got about 15 minutes to let people kind of come in here. And of course, if you're new here and you don't know what the stage is about, or if you have a question for me or are curious about coming up on the stage on the politics Discord. Why does my headset look so fucking weird? It's like it's unbalanced. Like it's weird. Yeah, I don't know. But if you're interested in coming up on the stage, asking us questions, I can answer those. And bring that stuff up. But yeah, pretty much it's just nose to the grindstone, just working and kind of churning out. Hadn't done a live stream in a minute since the last one about the treasure, and kind of enjoying this one as it is. Fenton Moley says, I would enjoy a BTD breakdown of strategy, like a review of an angst-right conversation versus a Dilla hunting, and how each strategy compared on the same argument. See, that's interesting because there's so many of us, and we all have different style. We all have our own kind of like unique. We all have kind of our own styles, but you can see the inspirations of other people in the present. Like if you watch my stuff, you could definitely see that there is a logic inspiration, and there's kind of a John Oliver inspiration. So like I take kind of like my format. I take like the format presentation style very much from like John Oliver, and I take a lot of the way I write from like Logic and I would have to say like J Mike. There's a couple of inspirations there, but when it comes to like approaching debates and everything, I find that there's like 2 styles. You've got, well, technically, I would say that there's 3. You've got the person who goes at it completely analytically, which is like what I do. I go at it with like completely analytical, with like, I try to like leave feelings at the door, just like come at it like this, boom, 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 boom. Then you have the people that go in there and just want to rile up the other person. And that's a debate strategy, is to basically needle the other individual to the point where they make a mistake and they screw up, and then you capitalize on those mistakes. And that's just like, you troll them is what you do. And then you have the one in the middle that kind of does both. What I find it best to go the analytical route, because when you start getting personal emotions and that stuff, when you open the door to that, you're going to wind up muddying the waters. It's going to bias your presentation, and I don't like that. That's just me personally. So when I'm in a formal debate, I'll just bring the analytics, and I do my best to not be kind of trollish or needling or try to get the aha, I got one over, get the better of the other person. Um, Even then, in the last formal debate I did against what was his name, Iconoclast. Even then, I had one moment where I said something snarky. It was kind of like, well, because it was kind of like he kept pushing a point that I debunked like 5 or 6 times over, and then he said, well, then blah 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 blah, and then he made a comment. And then my comment was like, well, then the debate's over, I win. Was it, well, then you admit that it's this, then you admit that you don't know, the debate's over, I win. It was like a snarky comment that just kind of came out of nowhere, very Planet Peterson of me, and I didn't like that. I didn't because it obviously needled him, and then he reacted poorly, and I was not proud of myself. So I think someone like Jack started off in one place, and he's just been doing it so long that once you're troll for so long, people kind of get burned on that, and they just kind of like, okay, they know what you're going to do, like just consistently. They know it's like, okay, he's just there to troll. Okay. And I think I'm definitely Cygnus. I can be too honest for my own good. I'm not one of these cats that operates like the honesty is the best policy in that respect. I mean, I do hold that honesty is one of the, is a good policy. Lies are necessary sometimes, or at least half truths, in order to kind of like facilitate the social, the social flourishing in that respect. I understand these concepts, but I'm not going to reduce myself, for the sake of anyone. I learned that very early on, that slowly but surely in life, you learn in life that you got one or two options. You can give away pieces of yourself to appease everyone around you, or you can stop doing that, because eventually you give enough pieces of yourself away. Eventually there's nothing left to give, and you don't even know who you are anymore. You just start shaving pieces off. You make every single little, concession that you give. And I just don't do that. I will never do that. The reason, that kind of thinking is what made me very, very fearful individual when I was young. It made me unable to accept my sexuality. It made me unable to accept what I wanted in life, to accept who I was, as opposed to who I thought I was meant to be, or who I should have been. And I lived a dishonest life, in that I was trying to be who I was not. I ignored the people I disrespected, and I ignored the people who were legitimately my friends. And I tried to go after groups that were not my friends, that wanted to use me to their advantage. And I suffered for that. But that was all my own making. I did that to myself because I was caught up in like, what does the world want me to be, instead of what do I want to be? And so it was a hard lesson to learn, and now I'm at the point, I don't give a fuck. I don't care. I don't anymore. Now I do what I want, because now I recognize that doing what I want and not giving a shit about superfluous noise, I'm far happier. I'm much more content in my life. And I realized that, that it was juvenile stuff that I was taking to be like serious life stuff. No, it's not. It's not. Yeah, that crap is not serious life stuff. The serious life stuff I deal with today. We adults deal with, on the daily basis. And we just got no time for that. So I am a bit honest in that. I try to be as analytical and clean as possible, but I don't like to troll. Jack started off as a troll. And I think Jack started off as a troll, but burned quickly, because people just the Darth Dawkins stuff really kind of like propped him up. But once you're past that, that kind of candle burning can't last for too long. And as much as I love Matt for all of his efforts and all the things that he does, I think Matt has a tendency to get too emotionally involved, and to see slights, or to capitalize on slights. I'm not saying that he's like seeing slights where there aren't any. He's recognizing slights, but he is too quick to capitalize on them, just to shut the other person down. Someone can be ignorant and say ignorant shit because they are ignorant, and the conversation can still continue. But if you shut down every single individual who offends you, or says something offensive because they are too ignorant to know otherwise, like that's the way they are, that's the way they were brought up. If you shut down every single conversation when that happens, you'll wind up never talking to anybody. And I don't want to be that kind of person either. So recognize, where things are, recognize when bullshit is bullshit and when something real is something real. So I think that there's limitations, there's benefits and limitations to what they do. There's benefits to what I do is I keep things clean. I keep things as analytically as analytical as possible. The only time I really make jokes is in my my created content, but my approach to it is as clean and divested of emotion as possible. The problem is that the double edge on the sword there is that people don't feel. I have been called, people have taken away that I am not invested, that I have no emotional investment in what I'm doing, and I'm just doing it for the sake of doing it, almost like robotically in that respect. It's like, oh, I've been called things like that, or even, like detached or something like that. Like they don't see any kind of like, but the reason I do that is because every time that I get passionate about a thing, people call me unhinged, or they call me triggered, or like this if I speak passionately about it. So, it's such a back and forth trying to measure it, and that's only when it comes to the algorithm and trying to make sure like my content is being shared by YouTube. Fucking YouTube. It's such a tightrope that we walk, and we're constantly having to potentially reinvent ourselves at a moment's notice, to try and figure it out, like how to do it. It's, if I did not thrive under pressure and controversy, conflict, I thrive under these things. A lot of people don't. I do. I under conflict, I perform. That's where I find my best inspiration. Under the gun is where I get my best. As a stage actor, I can rehearse all day long. All day long for weeks on end to get a part. I can get the lines down. I can get the blocking down. I can get, like all my mannerisms, all my little nuances down. But it's on opening night that you'll always get that is always the best, because right then you're under the gun to give the best possible first impression for the run of the show. That's where you're going to set the tone. And that's the pressure. And then that's when there's like that. That's just, maybe it's who my dad made me to be, is, some people buckle, some people fold, some people, they produce. And under pressure is where I kind of like it. Conflict, controversy, when things get riled up, where people are in their where people are pushed out of their emotional essence, that's where I kind of thrive. But it doesn't make for good debate. That's when you get like MDD, modern day debate. You get that kind of shit. And I can't fucking stand a dumpster fire for the sake of a dumpster fire. I really don't. I cannot stand that crap. Because the more and more I hear it, the more and more it's like flat earth to me. It's like, it feels exploitative. Like we're exploiting the ignorant, or exploiting the mentally ill, or like, it's like those old timey, like I've said multiple times, you've heard, it's like those old timey freak shows. I'm gonna pay my 10 cents to see the man up there, the strong man, or the bearded lady, stuff like that. I'm not a fan of that. It feels very exploitative and gross, platforming people who were like this, which is why at this point, I simply refuse to engage with flat earthers anymore. I'm not platforming it. If someone says, if I find that they're a flat earther, they're done. And I'm not continuing the conversation, just because it just feels disgusting to me. So that's why, like I said, I don't want to turn into an MDD thing where it's all about, the shit show. Let's all laugh at the shit show. No, the whole point is to try and fix the shit show, is to try and get people to a better place where there is no more shit show. But I understand, media, the effects of media, and how we are in this country. Enabling, exactly, Fenton, enabling. And I don't want to enable. I don't want to enable grifters. I don't want to incentivize willful ignorance, and I don't want to platform mental illness, or exploit mental illness. It's gross, That Opalgeist says, I think belief in fantasy is a sign of mental illness. Well, if you're talking about obviously the inability to distinguish between, like reality and fiction, yeah, that's obviously a severe impairment. If you ever watch the movie Knights of Badassdom, which I'm hoping one day we will get the Joe Lynch cut, but if you ever watch Knights of Badassdom, there's a character in that who's a part of the LARPing group who legitimately believes he's in another place in time. Like, he's a barbarian, got his helmet, his name's Gunther, and like he's like in game all the time. So yeah, that's what we would call mental illness in that respect. That's what we would call, that dissociation from reality and that kind of thing. But understanding the power of fiction and narratives and stuff like that, I love that stuff. So, but I mean, as much as I love it, I don't think Jason is real, and I don't live in a Friday the 13th movie. So, only the fantasy of gods. I get that. Yeah. Believing, but that's it. Believing these things are real, believing magic is real, believing, that we're like ultimately special and intended in the universe, and silliness like that, just goofy as hell. So, 9:56. We got 4 minutes. I see Taco is, I'm going to jump up on stage. What's up, Taco? I guess we're going to fire this up and get this in. Like, go this over here. Bam. Taco's kicking us off. Or he kicked it off and like left me alone. I'm all alone. There's no one here beside me. He didn't start it, did he? Where'd he go? Where'd the mod go? Oh, Taco. Did he kick it? He shouldn't have kicked it off. No, it didn't start. Okay. Taco, you killing me. That's our admin. Okay, we'll be kicking off here in just a few minutes as soon as I find the start button. Where the hell is that start button? I haven't started the stage yet. What the hell? Taco's jump in. He's gonna leave it all. I see people are filing in already. I don't think it started, but I see people filing in. Oh wait, no, he did start it. The freaking Jack and Innie. Okay, well, I guess we're live. He started me early. So thank you very much, everybody, for joining. I see a whole bunch of people in the audience there. People new people, new faces I haven't seen before. So I appreciate you all being here. Welcome to the Stage of Reason. I am JL. This is a monthly stage that we do here on the Politics Discord every third Sunday, where where me and a special guest will talk to believers about what they believe and why. We do have a special guest coming in here shortly. I know he's running a little bit late. He just messaged me, but I hope to bring people up on the stage. If you would like to come up and talk about what you believe and why, I like to prioritize believers, people who believe in, God concepts and various other things. And of course, people who have not been on the stage before, we've not had conversations with. So I look forward to bringing anybody up. If you are curious, or if you have questions for me as a non-believer, I can answer questions about my worldview, or if you have the evidence for the God that you think exists, I'd love to hear that. So feel free to raise your hand. I will bring you up in order. So I appreciate everybody checking out this stream and being here. And welcome to this is being live streamed over on YouTube as well. Good to see you, Doctor Who Design. Appreciate you being here. And big thank you for Taco for kicking me off, and I didn't even know it. So, but I do have a special guest joining here shortly. Said he'd be joining a few minutes after 10. And I'm actually kind of excited. I'm excited about this special guest. I really, really am. So, let's see. Oh, Indo Boy. Indo Boy has their hand up. I can bring people up when they put their hands up, when we can chat.
Hi.
How's it going?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Welcome to the stage. So, you a believer?
In God, yeah.
So, which one, if you don't mind specifying?
Christianity, but that's not really what I'm trying. Why I'm here.
Okay.
I was arguing with two people, and I believe in white power, and they were like trying to disagree, and they're like, "Yeah, talk to this guy instead." And now I'm here. What do you think of
So,
white power?
you mean like white supremacy?
Yeah,
I'll tell you what I think about it. That's what I think about it. So, good thing it wasn't like a troll. I mean, it wasn't a troll that could get me, potentially booted off the stream. Yeah, that was really really good. So, oh, you gotta love the. Oh wow, spammer. You gotta love the trolls because they make it all worthwhile. So let me see. Who else? What else we got here? I saw Guitar Dog is here in the chat. Good to see you, Guitar Dog. Appreciate you being here. And Casey and Randy. Yeah, it was Casey. Well done, bro. Appreciate that. Thank you. Bellywood. Thank you very much. All right. So individuals like that, trolls who come up who have just want to waste time. No, my special guest is not Otangelo. But trolls like that, I just take it as confirmation that there's not much to be said in the, I guess in the realm of defending a God belief. I think that people are slowly but surely starting to realize that and recognize that that it's an indefensible worldview. So they just got to try to blow things up so that the conversations can't happen or try to shut it down in their own, which is, that's their prerogative. Whatever they feel that they need to do to validate themselves, all good to me. But let's see. Hopefully we'll get somebody else with their hand up. If not, we're going to get my special guest here. It should be shortly. I see a bunch of people. I see a bunch of new faces down there. Come on, new faces. I know you got something. I do like to prioritize believers over non-believers, but of course, if you put your hand up, I'll be happy to bring you up. So, all right, cool. Just get a double checking on my guest time frame. Oh, cool. Maybe two guests. That would be kind of cool. That'd be nice. Amy Newman is a great guest. Really, really fantastic. But not Amy this week. So let me see. Every third week of the month. Yes, every third Sunday. Every third Sunday of the month. The first Sunday of the month is when they do the atheist helpline. Or no, the theist helpline. The theist helpline. Taco runs that directly. That's on the first Sunday of the month. And then the third Sunday of the month is Stage of Reason. That's when I do this one. Although I am considering possibly doing it more often, expanding it to do it more Sundays. But yeah, every third Sunday of the month, or every third Sunday. So good times. So I've had one troll so far, and before the special guest arrives. But if anybody has somebody, or even better, if somebody has a friend that thinks that they can defend their worldview or defend the God that they think exists, I would love to have a chat with that person. Colorado Biker, good to see you, says bi-weekly would be great. Yeah, every 2 weeks. I've thought about that, is do it like every other week. Do 2 a month. So I think I might be able to swing that with my current schedule. I think we could do that. I'm definitely trying in the planning phases of trying to suss out where I can get this stuff. But yeah. And of course, for anybody who doesn't, for anybody who may not know, my name is JL. I run the Bridge the Divide YouTube channel. The link for that is in the description of the live stream. And of course, you can just find me on YouTube under JL Warren. It's just, it's just my name. And if you like my content there, you can subscribe to me there. And of course, always have access to these live streams and stuff. So I appreciate everybody's support over there. Neck2, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here this morning. Come on. Oh, don't tell me I've defeated them all. I'm up here wearing the number 1 headband. Let me know if you got that reference. Let's see. I saw AA. Oh, AA was hanging out. AA is a friend of the channel. Ambrose, Everin, Mr. Friendly, Alex, Box, On Fire, Bug, French Lunatic, Flag, like Randall Flag, nice. Amy, Krill, Rasky, Potential God Complex, Domrani, Loser Cruiser. Got to defeat them all. Yes. I support the current thing. Loser Cruiser, that's funny. Flag. Okay, oh wait, can y'all hear me? Okay, let me know if you can hear me. I know you guys in the live chat can hear me. Audio keeps cutting out for some reason. Can you hear me on the YouTube stream? Throw a 1 in the chat if you can hear me in the YouTube stream. 5x5, great sound, fantastic. Yeah, my mic is good. Okay, so it's not on YouTube. Do not tell me that we are once again having Discord problems again, because this happened last month when people would come up and that I couldn't hear them. And like it turns out that the stage was bugged. Audio keeps coming out. Okay, so On Fire says we can hear you. Hear you on Discord. Thank you, God Complex. I appreciate that. Okay, great. Because last month, people were accusing me of trolling because I couldn't hear the guest. I heard one guest. We brought one guest up and it was no problem, but I couldn't hear any other guests. And people were like, you're refusing to answer their questions. I was like, I honestly can't hear them. And it turns out that the whole fucking stage was bugged and we had to recreate the stage. So Loser Cruiser says, ooh, a question. What's your opinion on simulation theory? So I can go about this the long way and go about it the short way. The short way, I much prefer the short way. It's an unfalsifiable hypothesis regarding states prior to observability. So via Alder's razor, while it's fun for thought experimentation, it's really not something to be argued about, just because, like I said, unfalsifiable. We don't have enough data to determine it, true or false. So until we can, or until it can be eliminated, or until it can be demonstrated to be the case, it's not something I really concern myself with. So I hope that answered your question. Please answer questions too. I don't mind answering questions. I do. I answered Matt Slick's stupid survey questions. So that was a fun one. There's got to be somebody who can defend their God belief. If there are any God believers in the chat, if there are. Maybe my special guest will bring some more people in. I'm hoping so. Taco should have stayed. TKO Free has their hand up. TKO Free.
What's up? What's up? What's up?
Welcome to the stage. Got to make sure your volume's good.
Yeah. Can you hear me? Test.
Yeah, you're good to go.
Let's go. So, is there the reason why you don't believe in God, or is it a lack of motivation?
No, it's that I can't believe that it is true, as all the evidence and argumentation that have been presented have been insufficient to warrant belief. I believe that things when they've been demonstrated to be true. I don't believe unfalsifiable hypotheses, to satisfy whatever emotional state I happen to be in. So, So like I said, if someone who believes can present evidence, that can demonstrate that this entity exists independently of mind and context without begging the question, that'd be fantastic.
Oh, okay. So in question not running tag, I got you. So we can do the conjunction of causality and fine-tuning argument, which I just think it presents a causer, non-physical causer that is at the same time an agent. I think that fulfills some entity which fulfills the description or the criteria for what God is. So, do you believe that there is an entity which was able to create at all, or to cause everything that currently exists, or do you believe that there's like some brute fact that is not God?
I would hold, as far as brute facts go, I would hold that existence in and of itself is a brute fact. But I do not believe that such an entity exists. There's no evidence to indicate that an entity exists. Once you've eliminated bias and you've once you've eliminated cognitive observer bias, and then you operate as parsimoniously as you can, there's no reason to believe that there is one, or that one is even necessary.
I mean, yeah, if we look like equal explanatory power on both sides, parsimony is going to raise probability if we take Bayesian theorem, right? But obviously we're arguing explanatory power. So I would be kind of countering the parsimony part. So again,
well, that's only if you could provide a mechanism by which the entity did the thing. If you're just claiming that the entity exists, and if you're claiming that the entity exists and it just quote unquote did it, if you don't have a mechanistic explanation for how it did it, then it has no explanatory power whatsoever.
Yeah, fairs.
Right.
Do you believe that, as far as the causality thing goes, I'm not just gonna run you the universe had a cause, or it had a beginning, therefore it had a cause thing, but I do want to get to a point where me and you can find some explanation. I want to explore kind of the explanation, because I think that when you realize the explanation for cause and for like the agent, I think when that's understandable, we can then compare hypotheses. But before that happens, I don't think me and you will kind of get anywhere. So what could be like an example? Doesn't have to be a specific thing, but what could be an example of like a explanation for causation and like non-agent thing which created everything?
Okay, so it's assuming infinite causality, which I don't hold to. I don't assume that must necessarily be the case, because I hold that existence is because you can only get so far, via the trilemma. I hold that existence itself is a brute fact, that things have always existed, they will always exist, they just change states, and that we human beings are simply existing in a state of the universe that is in a state of that existence. So as far as the best I could describe it is in bounded infinite sets, the mathematical expression of infinite sets that are bounded on either side. So you understand what I'm saying about that? Like, the space in between 1 and 2 is divisible infinitely, but it's still bounded by 1 and 2 exactly. So in that respect, I don't think we have enough data beyond what we would call the Big Bang, or the origin point of observability, to make statements about prior states of the universe, or if they're even quantifiable from our frame of reference. So I typically tend not to worry about that. It's like I just take the I take the Alder's razor on that.
Okay. So just one thing to get clarity on. Assuming by infinite set you mean not a finite set, and by finite set you mean either an empty set or a set where the cardinality is actually some number n, right?
Yeah, I would have to say
number.
Yeah, I'd have to say that. Yeah, just currently unknown because we don't have access. So, and it just seems to be without multiplying our entities necessarily that we can land on that without making too many unnecessary assumptions about things that we don't have access to. You get what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. Cool. Fair. Yeah, don't multiply by necessity. All comes there.
Exactly.
The thing I would just ask you then is, I don't want to misinterpret your position, so I'll just say it like this. I think you said that the existence itself is a brute fact. You don't believe that something began to exist, but we are just rather changing forms. There was always some form of existence, but the way we exist is just like changing forms. So then I'll ask you this: if existence, right, as I hopefully me and you can agree to that, as far as we know, like something like universe, for example, right, as a state, we know for a fact that it's expanding, so it abides by some form of time. We know for a fact that there's something about the universe which is operating by the laws of space and time. How would you then describe it as an entity which can explain the certain data, or to provide the likelihood of it being a brute fact and not needing some higher entity?
Well, you would simply state that existence as a predicate is simply that's what it is, because you either have two sides of the coin. You have existence or you have non-existence. If there was ever a point where non-existence was the case and that there was no existence, then what do you have to act upon for work to be done, for there to be anything? So of the three horns of the trilemma, I find that you simply get to like brute facts. It's infinite regress, brute facts, or circularity. And I find that brute facts is the simplest way to go about that without the problematic reasoning of circularity and dealing with infinite regress of causality. So I just hold that existence in and of itself is a brute fact. I'm not saying what exactly exists or what state it exists or if it's even quantifiable by human beings, by our language or even by our ability to perceive things. Just that existence in and of itself is a brute fact, and that we are currently within that, a state of existence, and that this universe is just one state of energy, and that energy can take numerous different states. When we talk about the universe, what is the definition of the universe? Just the sum total of everything that exists. Okay. So if all that exists is just the energy in and of itself, the capacity to do work, then that is what the universe is, just the capacity to do work.
Yeah.
And so it doesn't have to have matter and, space-time and quantum effects, shit like that. It's just literally just the capacity. So in that respect, I don't like holding to statements that imply that we have answers beyond observability. Just noting that what is physically possible and what is logically possible and what is physically possible, by our current level of understanding.
So was there a question there? Because I the way you ended it, I thought there was a question.
Oh, just making sure that you're following along with me. It's like when really, really basically, when it comes to making statements about states of the universe prior to our observability, I really don't hold to anything, because you and I both have to concede it's a big ass question mark. Nobody knows. Okay.
Nobody knows. For sure.
We can develop. We've developed hundreds of hypothetical models based upon our understanding of the universe from this side of observability, but we don't have access to that side. I mean, if we could be talking about states that are completely and utterly unquantifiable or even imperceptible to our singular frame of reference on the universe, our biological bodies viewing space-time in 3 dimensions. It could be beyond that. We don't know. I'm not talking about like science fiction shit. I'm just talking about the ability to perceive in different dimensions. And so in different mathematical dimensions. So in that respect, I try not to make statements about it. And I try not to, Alder's razor, like I said before, I try not to argue about what those states could potentially be. My general concern is there are people who believe that an entity exists, that it created everything, that somehow it exists eternally, atemporally, outside of the universe, which outside of it, which basically says it exists for no time, in no space, which is in no locations, which is weird, but nonetheless, that it fully intends for human beings to exist, that the universe is designed with us specifically in mind. If someone can explain to me how that is not fucking observer bias, I would love to hear it.
Yeah. Okay. So again, I do agree that it's a big question mark. Exactly. We cannot really get to that point. Wanted to say something on also the thing you said about under an atheist view, it either leads to A, circularity, B, infinite regress, or C, brute fact.
Well, no, that's not just under an atheist worldview. That's all worldviews. All worldviews get hung on a horn of the trilemma. The theistic worldview, the horn of the trilemma that they get hung on is that the existence of their God is a brute fact.
Yeah, but the thing that about the trilemma for under an atheist view, instead of like the brute fact, we just exclude that part and we put the God, circularity, infinite regress, and it will be God. But
it's just that it's either their God. Well, their brute fact is a God. So they said they avoid circularity because of the problems there. They avoid infinite regress, and then their arbitrary stopping point is the God itself, whose existence is uncreated and eternal. So therefore, their God is just a brute fact. There's no explanation for the God. It's just that the God is there.
Yeah.
And so that's their brute fact, and that's how they avoid the circularity and infinite regress, is that God is the thing that starts everything. But it's still just a brute fact. In atheism or in a non-theistic, because atheism itself isn't a worldview. In a non-theistic worldview, their view is that there is no entity, there's no like agent or agential intentionality behind the universe. So it's so where I hold, without dealing with other problems, is that existence in and of itself is a brute fact, because you can't get something from a philosophical nothing because no work can be done. And so there has to always at least be something. And we're just talking about existence in and of itself. What necessarily exists, I have no idea. But I'm not going to say it's a god unless there's
Yeah, I
evidence to
think they'll be
warrant.
appealing to ignorance. Yeah.
Exactly. Unless someone says, okay, well, here's the evidence that the thing that you don't know exists, that you think exists, but you don't know what it is. Here's the evidence that it is in fact an agent with intentionality.
Okay.
And then if you can, if someone can present that, that's where we want to go. Right.
Yeah. So
Cool.
yeah, I don't think that if you say, obviously, you don't have to know, but that's not gonna mean that it's God, because it will be a textbook definition of argument from ignorance.
Right.
Positing an entity beyond space and time that's a very complex entity, and I think on parsimony can get a lot of issues if no explanatory power. But the reason why the argument at first is presented, right, and when I present you the causality argument, and I'll also clarify what I mean by causality argument, but because it's not just physical things. When we're referring to God as being the thing which creates these things, we believe that given some induction, when we look into physical things, you can see that this has a cause, this has a cause, this has a cause. Therefore, this thing also, which would probably be the universe, had a cause. Now, the thing you hold to, which I understand is like the form of matter.
That's if the universe had a beginning.
Yeah, that's if the universe had a beginning.
Right. Yeah. That would apply. That would apply to things that have a beginning, and I don't hold that the universe itself has a beginning. So.
Yeah. So now, the reason why I would hold to it having a beginning, is because we have the, as I said, expansion of the universe, and we have that there is some abidance by the law of space and time. Now, if there is some progression that could be made about the universe, and if there is something which we can observe about this universe being physical, I would believe that that something is more likely, given the induction, to have a cause than to not have a cause. Right.
Well, yeah. But matter itself, like objects with mass, or like matter itself, does have a cause. That's just matter is the result of energy, of work being done. Yeah, that's what that is. So all that's so yeah, I would say that matter is contingent upon energy. So I agree with that statement. But the energy itself, as far as we can tell, can neither be created nor destroyed unless someone is willing to present the evidence that can break the first law of thermodynamics. And so, in that respect, that's why I just hold the energy has always been there. It simply changes states depending upon what is happening. We can only talk about these things quantifiably. We can only quantify these things by the way we understand them on this side of observability, but it's nothing to indicate that they don't hold on the other side of observability unless someone can demonstrate that you can create energy out of nothing. So that's where we run. That's the problem we run into. So that's why I said like the universe has always existed, because the universe definitionally is just the sum total of everything that exists. If all that exists is just energy, then that's the universe.
Yeah.
You don't need space-time. You don't need matter. You don't need objects with mass. You don't need any of that stuff. You just need energy, the capacity to do work, virtual particles that interact with one another. So that could be the universe, in an infinitesimal in an infinitesimal dot. So, or in what we call the singularity. But like I said, these are all hypothetical. These are all hypothetical statements. So,
yeah. So, the thing that I wanted to get mostly clear, not even clear on, but I just wanted to mention, as far as the energy goes in the law of thermodynamics, that an energy cannot be created nor destroyed, like in a vacuum or whatever. That's something I think that all is okay. And even if I was to posit some form of energy or something that existed before the universe we have today, not genuinely before the universe, but before the universe we have today, which is like now 93 billion light years in diameter, right? If there was something like that, which is there, some again cause that led to this big ass universe, to me would be more likely to exist than not. Now, most people would say that that something is like a Big Bang, right? Most people would
the inflation event, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Now, let's just hypothetically say that for some, I don't even want to steal man, but just for like the position that there's something, was able to be like there was able to be some cause. We just don't know what it is, so that's why we don't have to really posit God. For something so large to happen, where just out of nowhere a cause happens, it either has to be a random event, or B, there must be something which causes it. Now, you don't have to accept that something which causes it is God automatically. I'm not going to press you on that, obviously. But you would agree that it would be not really even illogical, but it would be arbitrary by some standard of thinking.
Well,
That
yeah, it would be
it would is
arbitrary.
nothing.
It wouldn't. Well, it would be arbitrary in the sense that there's no intentionality behind it. But we wouldn't necessarily say it was random. We'd say that water flowing down a hill and then hitting a rock in there and splitting in two directions. That's not. It's just doing it as a result of the conditions. So we could say that the formation of matter is simply the result of prior conditions is what it is. So, and that like the expansion event is simply a result of prior conditions. But those conditions are themselves, whatever state we're talking about could be a result of other things, or it could just be the natural state of things, and that it can result in inflation events. So in that respect, because like cyclical universe, the cyclical universe, and other variations there. So, and like the inflation, like so, Cab says, there's another thing. The inflation event could be an emergent property of the natural state, which is simply things interacting with one another, Casimir effect stuff, virtual particles coming into existence. Who knows? But in that respect, sure, I would say that circumstances can give rise to other circumstances, but there's nothing to say that, you can't have just a state of circumstances from which other things can arise, like an infinite state of circumstances from which other things can just arise, and then things proceed from there. The question is, do we think that, are we concluding that the universe as it exists right now, as we observe it, okay, is that intended, or is that merely a result of the circumstances of the inflation?
Yeah.
So
yeah, well,
because while it may not be intentional, it doesn't necessarily mean it's random,
Yeah.
Right.
So the intentional part, that is a good point, but that is not the thing I was going for. It's good that you cleared it out though, but it wasn't really something that I was gonna go for.
Yeah, go ahead.
So the thing, the good, that was a good hypothetical, for example, for the rock and like the river. Like if a river gets into a rock and splits into two parts, you wouldn't call this necessarily random just because it's not intended, right? Now, the thing which that now runs into an issue is now, well, that posits something else. Maybe it doesn't posit a causer, but it causes a set of conditions or a set of things which had to align for that causation to happen. Now, if we inductively look, right, into like causation, as I previously said, it would be likely to be a cause, but to avoid that, you would kind of go not even to a cause, but to avoid that there is a causer for that, you would go into a set of conditions. But now in the parsimony, if we were to look at that, not given the entity, right, but given the explanations, if we're specifically referring to the numerical parsimony, you would be kind of positing another criteria or another explanation, which would be some set of conditions, right? Now, from that perspective, positing a causer, it doesn't have to be God. I'm not saying that it's God automatically, but positing a causer or some entity which causes it, that's something would not even be an entity that I posit unnecessarily. It would kind of go into explanatory PowerPoint, because now that just shows an induction. To posit a certain set of conditions, I think that would be something which I can call out on parsimony.
You
right?
could. I will agree with you. Just to jump on that, I will agree with that. That yes, you can, and I hold that you can reason yourself to what ostensibly is classical deism, in the sense, how I like to put it, the creating entity that kicked the football on the universe and then fucked off with no evidence left of its existence. Like it just kicked things off and then there it went. I hold that you can absolutely reason yourself to that. The problem is that it's completely unfalsifiable. Whether the entity was unable to leave evidence of itself, or whether the entity deliberately did so in order to avoid influencing the outcome of what it started. Either way, you could argue that, but both of them are completely unfalsifiable. And so the reason I reject classical deism is, one, no such entity can be demonstrated to be the case, so therefore it's unwarranted to believe that it does, even though it is logically possible. I see no reason, there's no warrant to believe it to be true. And then two, it's not necessary for everything. That's why I get like people will hold to it. Like you got like Spinoza and like Einstein and stuff like that, who they can reason themselves to those points. But ultimately, I think it comes down to Alder's razor. And I know you're familiar with Alder's razor, right?
That's what I also wanted to ask you. I'm not.
So Alder's razor, otherwise known as Newton's flaming laser sword, for those who are a little bit more internet cheeky, is the philosophical razor that if a thing cannot be determined through experimentation or demonstration, then it is not worth arguing about. So essentially, it's the cheeky way of acknowledging that there are unfalsifiable concepts that cannot be, no matter what you throw at it, it cannot be determined to be true or false. And so why are we arguing about this thing, which the only reason we would side on whether it does or it doesn't is if it validates some sort of like, personal emotional state. Like, why are we arguing this? Why are we debating, the unfalsifiable in that respect? So.
So one thing there quick, by Alder's razor,
Alder's,
Alder's,
Alder, yeah, you got it.
Yeah. Alder's razor, you meant something which cannot be experimented, or there cannot be like scientific experience or something like that made on it.
Well, if it cannot be,
we should not question it.
If something cannot, no, you can. But okay, so let me make sure, and I want to bring my special guest up. Leo Filius will be joining us today. I want to make sure that I'm quoting it exactly, all because I use it a lot. Alder's razor. The philosophical principle that suggests that if a claim or an argument cannot be settled by experimentation or observation, it is not worth debating.
Oh, it's not worth debating. Okay.
It's not worth like arguing about. It's kind of like, these things are great for thought experiment, like simulation theory. Great for like thought experimentation. What if we were in the Matrix, bro? But ultimately, how would we ever know? Because the system ostensibly is designed so that we don't know. So even if it were true, there's no way we could determine the truth of it. So why are we arguing it? Exactly.
Okay. I got it now.
Yeah.
So the thing about that I would say is, I don't think that razor could be applied here, but not in a sense that I would just like want to negate it, but in a way we could have something about it to have a discourse, right? Like, as far as we can have a discourse like me and you are having right now, Alder's razor I don't think would really apply. Let me give you an example, right? For moral claims, just for example, I don't know if you're an all-cognitivist or whatever, but for example, for moral claims, people who have a discourse about it, they cannot prove it via some scientific method or experiment or some form of observation. If people do believe that it's worth debating about, right? They have something which still allows them, even though they don't have these types of things, which allowed them under an Alder's razor to have a discourse about, right? Now, the thing that I wanted to add on that is, I don't think that here we don't have any form of observation or any form of explanation or deliberation that we cannot like at all engage in a discourse about whether God exists or not, right? Like, the thing that I would just try to add on that is, from the things that we were talking about classical theism as well that you said, I don't just think that he kicked so he started the universe and then left, and now we don't have anything.
Right? Like classical deism, classical deism, but classical theism.
Theism. Yeah,
theism would be it created everything and it interacts directly with the universe.
Yeah, but like no interactions with the universe. Yeah. I get.
Deism is just it kicked it. It kicked the football and then it just buggered off. So.
No, I'm not a deist. I don't know if somebody. I'm not a deist, and I don't know anybody who is.
Right.
Thank God.
I know a few deists. They hold to like just the deistic idea that they're likely that they hold that there is, because it's logically possible that there was an entity, but it doesn't mean that the entity like intended for humans to exist. It's just it's kind of like Johnny Appleseed, just like dropping seeds everywhere, and then like these universes come from that. And there you go. So.
Yeah, you seem pretty smart. I think you could convince your friends to not be that.
But, I probably could. I just like to for whatever emotional reason that they hold to it, as to kind of like sum up or shore up whatever questions
Yeah.
that can't be currently answered. They hold to it for whatever reason, but I
Yeah.
don't see, my big issue is I don't see people who hold to deism running around telling people that what they believe is wrong and that they need to live their lives as the deist says they should. It's not like deists are trying to alter our legislation to force everyone to live under the banner of deism. It's just not happening. So it's the fundamental evangelicals, like the hardcore theists, the ones that be like, your life is wrong because it doesn't conform to what I think is right. That's the shit that I work against. So
Yeah.
right.
So the thing about it is just again not a theist, but to say about the thing about the universe, I do believe that if I was even to hold to some form of interactions later to the course of discourse or to the course of debating, I don't see how that will be relevant to the discourse at all. Like, for example, I think you're familiar with principles of ontological economy, like parsimony and everything like that,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
That's something I think is um, usable, but I think it also has to follow some other principles. Like, for example, I think that if it wasn't relevant at all, for example, if me and you were to make two hypotheses, right? One hypothesis says like, I can see because I'm a human, and the other says, well, I can see because I'm a human and dinosaurs don't exist, right? I don't think that positing the dinosaurs don't exist would be that relevant to the point where it will just like something about that parsimony would change, right? That would, I think that would just be disregarded in that sense. So I think that that could be the same thing apply here. Even if I do hold to some interactions, I think for the course of like the conversation, I think they will be rather be just disregarded as far as like where me and you are trying first to get to. Then we can talk about the interactions later. But I don't think that will be something which is relevant that to the current discourse. But yeah, the moral example I gave, me and you can like engage in still a discourse without having some of these observations. So I just wanted to show with that as far as there's this deliberation that I am appealing to, and this like some rational discourse that we can have, as long as that something exists, I do believe that there will be a thing which is like worth debating there. I mean, people are
I get
debating it
that.
for a
Yeah.
reason, probably.
Yeah, I get
Yeah,
that.
people are debating it for three. Yeah.
I think that my ultimate takeaway when it comes down to these things is about ultimately this is going to come down to justification. And I will always ask the question, is the conclusion that you're holding to, do you hold it because it's sufficient? Oh, okay. How was I going to put that? Do you hold the position you hold to because it satisfies you, or do you hold it because it is satisfied by the evidence?
I don't hold it because it satisfies me. I hold it rather because I have some form of reason or deliberation that leads me to that. So I will call that evidence, right? But a lot of people don't think, I mean, a lot of people don't think reasons could be used as like evidence. I do believe so. So yeah, I just like hold it as that. But um I
And
do believe that there is some evidence leading to
we'll
that.
have a little bit of we'll have a little bit of a digress there, or I would say not a digress, a little bit of a breakaway there, because I do not hold that reasons are evidence in and of themselves. It's kind of like saying like deductive arguments are evidence when they aren't. They're just the deductive argument for the thing. There's just evidence for the thing that's being argued for, and deductive arguments themselves are not evidence for the existence of the thing that's being argued for. It's just an argument that, if certain states it were true, that this would be the case. So I really, I myself, I will concede I might be a little bit more strict on that. I hold my epistemology to a really,
Yeah.
really high standard. But that's just me. So I don't expect everybody to do the same as me. That would be boring as hell if everybody did. We wouldn't be able to have these conversations. So,
yeah.
but like I hold myself to a really, really tight epistemic standard, just because I realize
Yeah.
how easy it is to be taken advantage of by conmen, grifters, and charlatans, when you start opening those doors, So, but yeah.
Yeah, I think that that was a very good thing to say, and I do appreciate you for that because you do admit that it's like you might be a little bit strict about that.
Hmm.
So I think that was that is like very intellectually honest as far as that goes. But I believe that I mean I am a rationalist, but I don't know about epistemology, but I think that when we usually reference reasons as evidence, I don't think it's just like pure deductive arguments. I think that it's rather when I refer to some deliberation, I think there was like a whole argument from someone called David Enoch for a thing like called normative realism. He mentions that there's that deliberation is actually something which does lead to some stance independent fact or like stance independent facts are necessary to come from deliberation. And I do agree with that view. As far as like I do believe that when we're usually referencing some stance independent fact or when we're trying to reach a truth of a conclusion, right? I think deliberation there is necessary or reasons are necessary for that. And another way to prove it is through some form of convergence on things, right? For example, if there was like 19 people, sorry, there was 20 people, and out of 20 people all tell you that something is the case, what are they saying it is the case of? If they say that is the pure conclusion without no reason, then that lowers probability. But the second they give a reason that they can converge to, it not suddenly makes sense to why convergence like is probability raising. And the reason why that is relevant is because that just proves that reasons are very, very much necessary for reaching a truth of a conclusion and for reaching a truth of a stance independent conclusion as well in some cases, right?
I get
And I
that,
think
but there's one word in there that I mean, what he's conveying there is intellectually honest, but there's a word in there that makes it really problematic. And I'm going to ask you, do you know what that word is?
honest,
No. Earlier on, when you describe the word normative, the word normative,
yeah,
that makes it
yeah, oh yeah,
really problematic because like normative is just entirely subjective. And so you could have normative factors that are underlying the entire reasoning and underlying the course of reasoning that gets to a particular conclusion. So you have to be able to eliminate
can
that.
I say
You have to
something
be
on
able to
this?
eliminate that bias, and that's what's
Yeah.
problematic about that.
Yeah, I wanted to say something on that just to clarify.
Hmm.
I didn't say I brought up the argument for normative realism. The reason why I said for normative is just to there's a part of the argument that says that stance independent facts and stance independent factors and stance independent domain, they're all for them to occur, deliberation has to occur, right? So that's the only reason why I mentioned that. But for normativity being subjective, you might run into some issue with some people who are a very broad category of people who are called normative realists.
Oh yeah,
But
big time. Yeah, I have before. Yeah, in the past.
yeah, yeah,
Well,
yeah. I
because
would guess so.
yeah, because I feel it's literally just like resting. It's like I feel that normative realism is just resting on your laurels because when it comes down to it, we have our subjective internal experience. That's what all human beings have. We have our subjective internal experience,
Yeah,
and it's through that subjective internal experience that we interface with what we would call objective reality or the reality that's independent of our minds. The problem is we do not currently possess a mechanism by which we could differentiate between our subjective internal experience and what we would call objective reality. So therefore, any statements we make about reality are going to be probabilistic in nature, and they're going to be derived through a comparative analysis of all of our subjective internal experiences. That creates a lot of problems when trying to make statements about what is absolutely true or what is objective reality in that respect. And so normative realists, I find, just are resting on their laurels because they're basically accepting that they're willing to state that what we are experiencing is necessarily is the case, and there is like that's just the way we need to accept it without question because we can't get past that. And I find that that's just epistemically lazy, in my personal opinion. But then again, like I said, my epistemic norms are really, really strict. And I'm not going to sit there and be
yeah.
like, well, I'm not going to ignore the question. I'm going to acknowledge that
Mhm.
there's a question there, and the question is there because of the circumstances. Even though we can't necessarily answer it, we have to take it into consideration, which means that we cannot sit on our asses and just be like, well, we can't answer it, so we're just going to accept that this is reality and this is how we're all going to operate this way. No, because there's no mechanism to eliminate the bias that comes from where you are on the planet, or whatever things are going on, or your parents. Because if your parents raised you a certain way, you're going to have an inherent bias that's going to inform your normative declarations. And so why would you accept those as an indicator of what truth is until you can have that mechanism to do that? So I would say no, I would reject that entirely.
Okay. I'll just say something on this, but I do believe that if we were to get too much into this conversation, I think it will kind of get away from the point of God that we were talking about. But I will say something on that. Yeah, and me and you can definitely have this conversation because I'm somewhat normative realist, but just for this audience and whoever is listening to this, it's just for them currently to just get back to the conversation. But I will say something on that though. Normative realism, and I heard the lazy epistemology. I do believe that would epistemically be kind of lazy if that was the pure reason.
I may not be. I may not be being very charitable there, but I know it's kind of. But I mean, that's just the kind of way I view it. Go ahead.
Yeah, the thing about the, I think would just be normative realists aren't always gonna be referring to something which is inherently subjective, and this is important. And we're saying maybe if you take stand. But for example, to me, when outside of moral claims, when I'm looking at like some claims like about reality, for example, moon exists or something like that, and what verifies the truth of that, outside of like some probability raising theories, main thing that makes me say that would be, well, I see the moon, right? Therefore, I would be justified in that. So most of people, and the reason like how we determine that is like, well, how do you know empiricism is that? That probably leads to some intuitions, colloquial intuitions, and the things which makes some things about the world objective and like probability theories objective. Like for example, the problem of induction. I'm sure you heard of it before. What makes us say that then these things prove that something is objective if we itself like cannot prove it, right? Well, that will be something like some intuition and some deliberation, right? But now the reason why all about what I said is important is if we accept it for normal claims about reality, like probabilities, like normal descriptive claims, like moon exists and everything. If we if we like bottom it out, if like the fundamental basis is like something like deliberation or intuition, why wouldn't that say that for normative claims, right? Well, normative claims can be proven the same way. For example, a moral claim like it is wrong. I don't know if I can say that word, so I will censor it in some way. It is wrong to grape a woman on the street, right? Well, that's something, that claim itself, right? No matter what kind of normative framework you take or whatever, that inherently leads to some form of colloquial intuition for us. If I was like a moral realist, right?
Oh,
that would also lead to some.
Oh yeah, I get that. I get that.
Yeah.
I do want to get clarification. Are you a moral realist?
Currently, yeah, but I don't know if I will be from, but currently I am, yeah.
Okay, because I'm a moral relativist. So, because my understanding of neurophysiology and neuroscience and like all the sociology and all the various stuff, I'm a moral relativist. Even if a God existed, it would confirm moral relativism per the Euthyphro dilemma. But nonetheless,
yeah, pretty easily. Yeah, you don't have to be a realist to be to believe in God. Yeah, that is true.
I think there's a fine line between statements that are probabilistically true, that have been determined to be probabilistically true to such a degree that it would be irrational to doubt them without evidence to warrant that doubt, and normative statements that are a result of the consensus of for social dynamics in that respect. So like the two statements, the moon exists, and grape is wrong. Grape is socially wrong or is immoral. Okay, both of these are statements, but each one of them is backed up by two different standards. So I think that there's a fine line, and I don't think that we should blend the two of them, even though both of them have both of them are like kind of like normative. You can make them as normative statements, but the underlying information that supplies both of those statements is completely different. So I think we got to be really careful to not Photoshop that barrier between the two, not blur it out, so that they start blending into one another. So that we say like statements about the the planet, or statements about the moon or the sun, or like, gravity, or whatever, like, the second law of thermodynamics, that these are equivalent to stating like moral statements, or things that are like subjectively derived from our biology and shit like that, from our capacity for empathy and things. So I think we got to be careful not to do that. Because I think the underlying information that supplies them is different.
Yeah. I do believe, again, that there is a point of agreement here where I do believe that some line has to be drawn, and I'll try to cut this up, short this up as much as possible, so I can say something about the God thing. I do believe that there is some line that obviously is drawn between the moral claims and like some descriptive claims, or some other scientifically proven claims. Even if I was a naturalist, which I could get into a little bit further, in a way that science and scientific explanations obviously show a very, very important bridge between probability of and some claim, or like truth and some claim, right? Well, moral claims wouldn't have like some scientific proof, or some proof via these epistemological domains like physics and that. But I don't think that just because we currently wouldn't have some scientific or some physics or some other um, v- uh, domain which kind of can verify these things, I don't think that's just like gonna not disregard, but it's just like gonna make this bridge like completely disappear between these two things, right? So I do believe that there is some conversation which can be had here, as far as like probability of the claims go, and like more realism and those types of topics, right? But to end it there, I just want to say something while we're on the topic of morality. I don't want to lead this. I hate this argument of morality than God. I don't believe that it works, and I believe that it miserably fails. But I did want to say something on that, which is just that if I was like a atheist, right? I can be a realist, I can be a subjectivist. It doesn't really matter, right? What could be the outside of the preference thing? If you're a relativist, I don't think you would think it's a pure preference. How does morality look like? Just have like some picture of what that would look like if it's not preference, and if you don't hold to some stance independent reason. What does it look like if it's just like from a relativist kind of worldview on morality?
Why would it look different than morality looks like now? Why would morality being why would, on an anti-realist view, why should we expect morality to look different than what it does now?
Well, if there's a fine line between like relativism, constructivism, more realism than pure subjectivism, that's why it would look differently. Because if you were to hold to some anti-realism, for example, let's just say subjectivism, you would say that morality would reduce to some preference, right? If I was a realist, I would say that it relates to some stance independent reason. And again, I'm not saying that that necessarily leads to God, but I do believe that if there is no God, right, under that worldview, I just don't know how would it look like from that perspective if it's not some realism.
Well,
if it relates to some relativism or subjectivism.
Well, moral. Okay, so as an atheist, as someone who does not believe in the existence of a god or gods, moral distinctions. Okay, so without that, that morality in and of itself, like that term, just to make sure that we're using the term as I understand it. Morality itself is just the capacity to differentiate between what is subjectively determined to be good and bad, or right and wrong. Okay, it's just the ability to make to make the distinction. The term morality, the term morality doesn't indicate what is or is not moral or immoral. So the distinction between what is moral and what is immoral comes down to the individual and to the consensus of the society in and of itself. So the moral norms that we have adopted as human beings, we've adopted them because they best facilitate, from a utilitarian perspective, they facilitate our continued survival as a species. So because we, just by virtue of evolutionary game theory, we understand in very, very simplistic terms, cooperative action leads to while cooperative action may not lead to benefit for the individual in the short term, but it leads to benefits for the group in the long term. Whereas selfish action can benefit the individual in the short term, but is ultimately detrimental to the group in the long term. So even other primates have figured this out. Evolutionary game theory facilitates survival of the species, and our behaviors. This is also what explains acts of altruism, or what appear to be altruistic actions in nature. And so in that respect, it facilitates our survival as a species. And that would be why we have now determining what is and is not moral and immoral ultimately comes down to the individual, their capacity for empathy, and their moral intuitions, as well as how they are informed by their environment, their experiences, their parents, their peers, so on and so forth, and whatever cultures they've been brought up in. And then they make those distinctions themselves based upon a number of other factors, based upon what they see. If someone has very, very low empathy, or the inability to internalize the experiences of others, okay, in what we would call a typical fashion, a neurotypical fashion, that individual is going to have moral distinctions that are greatly different from other moral distinctions. Okay, so we would say that empathy is the starting point, but empathy itself is a survival mechanism. Our ability to, as a social species, the same with corvids, the same with dolphins, cetaceans, the same with elephants, the same with a number of other species on the planet, our ability to internalize the experiences of other organisms, by looking at their bodily reactions and internalizing those things and feeling what they feel, not in a physical sense, sometimes in a physical sense, but nonetheless, to internalize their experience has enabled us to survive longer, which is just a result of evolution.
Yeah, I think that was actually a good response. The evolutionary thing, I did expect it, but it was still good to hear it. The thing about it was evolutionarily, and how we agreed upon these things through reasons, empathy, preferences, colloquial agreements, colloquial intuitions, right? The things which made us agree, right? This can be expected under subjectivism, right? I'm not saying that it can't, and I do see that it as an argument against realism, but I just believe that that's like further argument for more realism. As far as it goes, like maybe I know it sounds bad, but I can clarify on it.
Well, no, it would be because killing others, like for example, the taking of other life, the taking of another life, what we would define as murder is the unlawful killing of another human being. But the problem is that the determination of the legality of a thing is determined by the level of justification that one has. And the determination of justification is entirely subjective to what is going on. You can feel you're justified, but the system doesn't think you're justified, so therefore you're not justified. Because per the social contract, you're in the system. If you don't want to live in the system, feel free to leave, and do that thing. But nonetheless, these are all subjectively derived and relativistically applied, is how we do it, because we have certain goals that we want to accomplish as a society. So because the goal is to accomplish X, then it becomes objectively true that we should do Y in order to accomplish X. But that doesn't make the Y objectively true, like a mind independent fact. Like it's a fact of reality that this is that this is always the case in all possible worlds. So these things are still subjectively derived in that respect. This is no more evidence in the sense that humans killing other humans, typically that rule only applies to the in-group, and it does not apply to the out-group. But the extent of what the out-group is determined subjectively by the in-group. Is like what mercy, or what mercies we show them, or what freedoms we allow them. So the in-group, like take for one example in history, the Spartans and the I can't remember what it starts with an H, but there was a slave populace that operated around them, and Spartan hoplites would like
Yeah.
treat these people like absolute trash. In fact, there was like one night of the year they'd go out and they would kill them wantonly
Yeah.
as kind of like a test of manhood and stuff like that. So, but that's that relationship that you have the in group, which was the Spartans, and the out group, which was the slaves that served the Spartan government. And so, in that respect, you know, that's what it was. You could kill them all you want, but you don't kill fellow Spartans. That's the in group versus the out group. Now, the helots. Thank you very much, Sunday Dish. The helots. And
Helos,
so,
yeah.
and so that's where we see that differentiation. That's why I don't hold these things to be objectively or even stance independently true, because they're determined by a number of factors. You know, you can look at any in-group, out-group relationship, and especially theistic ones, Christians, Muslims, Jews. You have the in-group, you have the out-group. Okay, and their willingness to afford the rights to the in-group to the out-group. You know, or the empathy to them as well.
Mhm.
Because, don't kill in your own group, but if anybody threatens your group, kill them immediately, simply because of where they are in relationship to you. It's all relative. It's all relativistic, if you follow my meaning.
Yeah. I kind of don't have that much time, so I'll try to get this response out, and
Okay, go ahead.
I'll let you obviously have the last word. But I want you to. I just want to get this out as far as that goes. For the thing about, I may have. I think you said it. I may have an objective X to do Y, right? But that isn't gonna mean that as far as the Y goes legally, I would be like it would be something like that's going to be inherently objective, and legally that's going to be the thing. Again, I do believe that if there's some objective X, right, somehow, and then there's this Y, right, which is like the certain action, or whether it's like moral, immoral. If there's that objective X that we kind of like all converge upon, maybe it's basic norms, whatever it is, if it's that something, right, I do believe that you would be unjustified in doing this certain action if you do believe that legals are somehow, some way correlated to morality, right? I think you would be unjustified in doing a certain action, if it's like more, if you had some preference to maybe rape a woman or something like that, if it's hypothetically, just if it's true that there's objective acts to do something, you would be completely unjustified in doing a certain action, right? So legally, maybe you can correlate it that, but I think if you can correlate it, I think that can be a pretty solid explanation. Just for the something to also get out for the thing about slaves. Helas. I knew how they were called in Serbian. I just for Spartan.
Yeah, I hadn't
know
talked about the
how it's called
Spartans in a
English.
while. Yeah, I was kind of like, but
Yeah,
I remember that was
crazy.
like you have this slave populace.
Yeah.
You have this slave populace that outnumbers you like 10-1, and yet they're so freaking terrified of the Spartans they just let them do whatever the hell they want, just because they know the Spartans will protect them if anybody invaded the territory. So it's kind of like, holy crap, that outgroup. What they're willing to trade away for their own survival is just weird. And the Spartans are just like, fuck them. They're not Spartans. Yeah.
Yeah. That ass, like they like 10-1 terrified of one guy that maybe has a spear at
exactly.
that time. Like crazy. Like y'all can beat him up, don't worry. But the thing about that I wanted to say is Spartans, and from that time, I think that there's another term that I could use which kind of proves my point, and I'm glad that you brought up slaves, and especially for this thing. But what I think also would rather prove a progression, the thing about like us changing opinions is something called moral progression, right? I think that the moral progression wouldn't happen if it's like just reducible to preferences, or if you're non-cognitive some attitudes, right? I don't think moral progression and something like that would be on first glance expected under that hypothesis, right? So even if you're somewhat relativist, part of like not anti-realist to say, I don't think you would kind of have such a thing and say that this rather exists under a stance dependent domain rather than a stance independent one. And I also do wanted to mention there's a fine line, and not a fine, but there's some line between stance independency and mind independency, because I do think you said something about mind independent.
Yeah, things
When
are
more realism doesn't
things are
necessarily have to.
objectively true, like they're necessarily true, or true always,
Yeah.
or true in all possible worlds. So yeah.
Yeah. When somebody's a realist, right? They can say that it's objective if it's stance independent, right? When they're saying stance independent reason, they're not always referring to something which is mind independently true. That wouldn't even make sense, right? Mind independent reason, I think that's like saying which is just a contradiction, just like saying like an unmarried bachelor, right? Sorry, a married bachelor, my bad. To say a married bachelor, I think they'll be the same thing, right? So when somebody says stance independent reason, they just mean it's a reason that justifies a certain action being true or false, independent of what you or I believe, or whatever our preference is, right? Maybe that can constitute, or maybe they can ground as some mind-independent fact. But I think saying stance-independent one is going to be pretty fine, and still say that it's something which is objective. But to add on, right? The thing that I wanted to mention, and the reason why I mentioned that evolution can be expected under more realism is because if I was some kind of naturalist, right, and I was to say I was like a utilitarianist naturalist, and I say, well, I believe that this quality of suffering, right, I would know what suffering feels like even if I didn't have a preference. And even if I had a preference, quality of suffering stays the same, right? Those type of things are still one thing that I can completely understand, right? If that was true, then and it was relating to some qualia, right? Then it would be true that such evolution would happen, right? So some form of evolutionary process or some evolutionary agreement or social agreement to these things, I do believe that they will be pretty much expected under utilitarianism. But the reason why I also mentioned qualia and such a thing is because I don't know if you're familiar with this term, but I'm a
Yeah, yeah.
and the reason why it also relates to the God.
Yeah, hard problem of consciousness,
Yeah,
stuff like that. I'm aware. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. The reason why it relates to God is because I wanted to talk about the second thing about causality, right? Which is a cause for, and this term might seem very confusing, but it's a cause for non-physical things, right? As far as like the quality and consciousness goes, I'm a dualist, right? I believe that the mind is something which is immaterial or non-physical, and I believe that maybe, let's just say hypothetically, you can get around what we were talking about, like cause for physical things, right? Maybe there can be an explanation, but a cause for something which I know had a beginning, mine definitely had a beginning. I'm just naming mine as an example, but if there's a thing in the uh, world or the universe which is non-physical and had a beginning, I do think that would be more likely expected to exist under a hypothesis of a non-physical creator or non-physical causer, to be precise. And I think that part of qualia, if we were to look at from morality perspective, and to lead, where would it lead to fundamentally? And it would be qualia. But now, what would constitute this qualia, right? What would be the basis for qualia? Well, I do believe that would be something which is again God, right?
Well, I hold
and
there's a lot of I'm actually pretty soon I'm going to be dropping a video on my channel about a theist who is like trying to go after use the hard problem of consciousness as evidence for God. I'm very much in line with I'm very much in line with the evidence and other cognitive scientists and philosophers along the lines of like Daniel Dennett and a number of others, where to break it down really simply, that the hard problem of consciousness is only a problem because of some assumptions being made about the nature of experience, about the ontological nature of experience. That's where I see the hard problem lies. If there are certain assumptions being made about the ontological nature of like individual self, like this self, or like the individual experience, then yes, you're going to run into what we call what Chalmers identified as the hard problem of consciousness. But I don't think he's justified in making those initial assumptions. And that's what's
the assumption is dualism.
Exactly.
The assumption is that we've shown definitively that there are non-physical aspects to the mind, such that we now have this this divide between the physical stuff happening in the brain and this non-physical stuff that makes up the mind. But yeah, I would just reject that experience is something non-physical. I have no reasons to believe that. And if experience itself is physical, then this serves as no problem for physicalism.
And we can simply hold
Yeah.
that these things are emergent properties of a functioning brain. Would you say that, for example, to equate it to other functions of the body, a functioning digestive system has the emergent property of digestion, but you wouldn't say that digestion is like a tangible thing? No, it's literally the symmetry of all the things working in conjunction with one another, all the parts of
the gut does.
It's what the gut does. Okay, so the brain, like the umbrella term consciousness that we give to the set of mental phenomena, is literally the emergent property of a functioning brain. And we know through experimentation, through direct experimentation, that we can alter the states of the brain and get predictable outcomes in the functionality of what we call consciousness. Those mental phenomena can be altered in predictable ways by doing very specific things to specific, structures of the brain. And we've mapped this to this degree. Functional MRIs, working with the Karen helmet, a number of other like experimental things that we've gone through. Now, obviously, in my opinion, it's not enough because there are some nuances there. Like, how do we bridge that gap between how the noumenological translates to the phenomenological? Sure. But then again, in order to bridge that gap, we need to experiment on living human beings, which we don't do for ethical reasons. We don't cut into brains and start jamming wires in there to try and figure shit out. We just don't do that. So
I tend to make a relatively bold claim, though I think it's entirely defensible, that the empirical evidence over-determines physicalism.
I would agree with that. I actually would, yeah. It's just that there's just nothing to indicate that anything goes on. We have so much data to the contrary, as far as predictive modeling and stuff like that. There's no reason to believe that anything about consciousness supersedes or transcends the physicality from which it emerges. I just don't see that.
There are absolutely no aspects of consciousness that are understood by humans, which is most of them, that aren't fundamentally rooted in activities occurring in the brain. And we know that it reduces to activity occurring in the brain because we can change that activity in a variety of different ways on a variety of different scales and produce a variety of different effects that are themselves proportionate to the kinds of physical changes that we're making on the brain. That's exactly what it means to say that consciousness is physical, is that physical stuff makes and changes consciousness, which is exactly what we observe.
Right.
Okay.
It's just an additional. I think Chalmers took an additional step that he wasn't warranted in taking, and I think Dennett kind of succinctly put, or I can't remember if it was Dennett or another cognitive scientist, but it was, he created a problem that didn't need to be created. It only exists because he himself created the circumstances that elicited that problem. And so, and I get it. I understand where he's going. He's like, if X is true, then therefore Y becomes a major question we have to address. Well, he hasn't demonstrated X to be true. And that's the problem. So, which is why a good majority of cognitive scientists don't agree with it. I mean, even Dennett himself will be like, qualia doesn't fucking exist. It's just a name that you're giving to an experience, to basically experience, or to try and prop it up for something. But I get it. I get the reasoning, but you have to assume there's assumptions you have to make that I don't think are warranted. That's my position on it.
Okay. I'll try to again. This last response, I'll give you this is for real now. The last response. I wanted just to say this. I heard a lot of good things, and I heard things that I wanted to address. So, number one, the hard problem of consciousness from Chalmers in 1995. I think that problem, that irreducibility problem, is very, very important because qualia itself, right? And somebody mentioned physicalism. I think it was Leo Filius.
Yeah, Leo
I think.
did, yeah.
Yeah, Leo did. that is actually a very good question, because the hard problem of consciousness now, the subjective experiences and like the thing I wanted to talk about, like irreducibility to physical processes, right?
Mhm.
The data where, and the reason why this is even a question is because the data that physicalists would give, like for things like if you're familiar with like neurons and everything, like for example, how if I touch a stove, right, it fires to me, something in my brain fires and I feel sudden pain, right? And I just don't want to go into that. I don't want to touch a stove again, right? But in some of those experiences and some things, not experiences, but to rather call them some of the happenings, right? Given some things like punching and like why I move and some of these things, maybe they can be explained by physical domains. But if and they are
They
explained
can.
by physical
They
domains.
can. I love the example you just brought up. You touch a hot pan, you burn yourself, and that information tells you in the future
Yeah.
that you don't want to touch a hot pan again, right? Because of the pain, right?
Yeah.
Unless, of course, you have SEPA, which is
Yeah.
a genetic condition that disallows you the ability to feel pain. So you could touch that hot pan all you want. You will still damage your body, but you won't feel it. So you won't feel that because you
Can I
don't feel.
comment on that really quickly?
Yeah.
Just
Sure.
not that you said anything wrong, but I always like to add this onto it. I read an article by somebody who has that what is it, SEPA or whatever it's called?
Yeah, SEPA, SEPA.
So because a lot of people ask, wait, so like if you touched a hot stovetop, would you just feel nothing? You feel something, like you're feeling something, but it doesn't register as pain. Imagine if you took your hand and you just set it on a tabletop and you just moved it across. You feel that, but it's not painful. So they still feel something, it just doesn't register as a pain.
Right. They just simply they have tactile sensation. It's not like leprosy. It's not like leprosy where the nerve endings are dead.
Tactile, that's a good way to
you
put
still have tactile sensation. You just don't feel pain. And so the inability to process pain is a genetic condition. And so, but that's the brain. You know,
Can you imagine living with that? How much it would suck? Like, I'm glad I feel pain. Like, it sucks sometimes, but I'm glad I feel pain.
Dude, they can't even regulate their own body temperatures because they can't self-regulate because they can't feel when they're getting too hot.
Yeah.
So or too cold.
Yeah.
They'll stand out in like sub-zero weather and they will not feel the pain of standing in sub-zero weather. While their body is physiologically reacting to the cold, their metabolism is dropping, their heart rate is slowing, everything's going down, and they're losing circulation to their limbs. They don't feel any of that, any of the pain that comes along with that. So they just act like it's normal.
Yeah, that is crazy. Man. But yeah, just to finish, I wouldn't want to live with that. Even though I hate pain, and even though there's a lot of things to be said about pain, I wouldn't want to live with that, to be precise. But to just finish the response, so I can listen to what you have to say, and then I really have to go.
Okay.
But the thing about that is, the reason why I've even brought it up is because it could be contentious. I didn't want to bring something which would be convenient for me, right? I think that would be very dishonest. But the thing you brought about how that would be the brain or something genetic, and Seba can prove that, right? That disease, or not disease, but that the what do you call it, disorder, or that or that something which is bad, right? Well, the thing about it is, I can maybe some connection can be made about the brain, right? And maybe something can be there to prove that there is pain, and maybe there can be some connection made. But what is it that you're feeling, right? In qualia, and how you would explain it is that if a physicalist would probably be able to explain to me pretty easily things within my biology and how that would operate in a biological domain, right? But why does it stop suddenly for qualia, right? Well, maybe you can say something like, well, we don't know, but that isn't the evidence that physicalism would be false, or that this something isn't true. And I completely agree that to say I don't know, therefore something is true, that would be, again, an argument from ignorance. But the issue then again arises is, what could fit the explanatory gap, right? Now, there can be a lot of things made, like induction, parsimony. I do believe that dualism can be less parsimonious, right? Because I'm positing a very, very strong entity there. But I just think that via all of these explanatory gaps, it just like then seems an issue that isn't even on dualism. I think it rises on physicalism. Now there were things were said about before we were talking about Seba and everything that you said about physicalism and that you said about reasoning and everything. Yeah, that can also be accounted under dualism, and you probably heard about the Mary's thought experiment and those types of things.
Mary's room.
But
Mary's room,
they can
yeah.
be
That was Franklin, right?
yeah,
If I
Mary's
remember.
room. Yeah,
Yeah,
there's
yeah.
that's Jackson. Yeah, I think
Jackson,
that's
Jackson,
his name is
yeah,
Franklin.
Jackson. That's right.
Yeah, he proposes that idea of acquiring knowledge, right? And I think that's again something which maybe physicalism can account for, but I think would be much rather expected under the hypotheses of dualism, right? I mean, that's even why it's one of the main arguments for dualism, that P zombie and maybe the irreducibility, right? Those like probably just those three, right? That's
Yeah,
how
the thing is, I think when it comes down to it, is that in order to, I mean, it's a hypothesis, yes, but you can hypothesize all you like, but until it can be demonstrated to be the case, like until we get some evidence that consciousness exists beyond this, like you could literally you could shut down a human body and demonstrate that their consciousness continues on in an accessible state that could be interacted with or at least be quantified to some degree, then yeah, then we'd have some legs to stand on here in regards to dualism. But for all experimental intent, for all intents and purposes, all experimentation, all predictive modeling, all our understanding of neuroscience, neurophysiology, neurochemistry, all of this indicates that qualia ends upon biological death. Is that the body dies, and biological death, not clinical death, because clinical death is heart and respiration, whereas biological death is all the organs are done. That once that occurs, qualia is ended. That's the end of it. And you can see it as
I don't even think that's the end of it, because I don't know what it is. I just so Pete Mandic has this view called qualia quietism, and the idea is that there isn't any like consistent colloquial meaning of this term that has any real reference that make any difference in the discussions we have. And so it's just a word doing a lot of work and getting nowhere. I don't know what qualia is. I don't know what it's meant to be. If it's just conscious experience, then just say conscious experience. But I don't have reasons to think that. But then I don't have reasons to think that conscious experience is something outside the physical domain. I mean, maybe there are reasons. I haven't heard any that I would find convincing.
Right.
I'm not accusing TKO of doing this. I don't know. Is that how you would prefer it to be said? I'm not sure. But I have
just call
seen.
me free, but yeah, TKO.
Okay. So I'm not accusing you of doing this. I don't think that you have, but I've seen it done, and I think it's worth bringing up that I think there's a lot of people that use the word that use the word qualia, like similar to the way that some people use the word quantum. They're using it to make this thing sound mystical and esoteric, specifically to paint this picture of there being this problem between the physical stuff in our brain and this other mystical stuff that's out there that nobody can seem to explain, or something along those lines. And so when that is done, it can make these discussions difficult to have. But again, I don't think that you've done that.
Yeah. Thank you. And that was very honest that you said. I don't know if you did that. And I do agree it can run into issues. This qualia, and I don't really want to sound smart when I say qualia. Right?
Yeah, I get that. Yeah.
Because a lot of people accuse me when I say the word qualia, when I say domain, when I say these things, they just want that's like the first thing that they do is call me out jargoning, right? And I don't want to do that, really.
No.
This is a very good conversation so far.
Yeah, they'll do that. I run into that too. Like I've run into that using the term subjective and objective. It's like it's people like, well, you're just using like your $5 philosophical terminology to try and make yourself look smart. It's like no, no, it's like
that's somebody said it to me when I said parsimony. Like when I said parsimony, they were like, oh yeah, you're jargoning. Like I'm not jargoning. That's like a genuine term. Like yeah, so I do believe that.
I think one of the funniest was I got a previous guy I was talking to admit that he agreed that his position is that reality is fundamentally mental. I was like, so you're an idealist. And he was like, you're a metaphysical idealist. And he was like, no, I'm not. It's like, but you think that reality is fundamentally mental, right? It's like, yes, but
Oh yeah, you're using big words.
so you're a metaphysical idealist. Don't label me, bro. And I'm like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, what are you talking about? Like,
How little
no, that's like
reading do
when
you have to have done to hold a position and not know that the position is called a thing?
Exactly. I was kind of like, wait,
exactly,
hang on a
exactly.
second.
It would be like if I told JL, hey, I think the natural world is all that exists. And he's like, oh, you're a metaphysical naturalist. Hey, they don't ascribe labels to me, buddy.
Don't put me in a box, bro.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm kind of like, dude,
Yeah, I
if
feel
you
that.
told me that your job was to literally wear flannel and cut down trees, and I said, oh, you're a lumberjack, and you're like, no, I'm not. I'm like, what? It's like, come on, dude. But nonetheless, we get there. But I think this was a good conversation. This was fun. This was great.
This was very great.
I wasn't here for the whole
I
thing, but it was
added
really,
you.
really good.
If this was really going to YouTube, hopefully I added you a friend request. Send that to me. A lot of people I know for a fact, a lot of people will say, "This guy doesn't know what he's talking about. He's gibbering." And I just can
Gobbledygook.
see it.
Gobbledygook
I
is a
can
good
hear
one.
it.
Yeah, gobbledygook.
I love that word.
And I do feel it. I do understand if they were to do that. But I think I can take it. If somebody wants to really have me on their page, I think that is pretty fun. That means that there was some conversation to be made.
Awesome.
And yeah, I do unfortunately have to go. A very fun conversation with you two. Hopefully we can finish it some other day. But yeah, peace out. And if you can, send it to me again. But
Absolutely, yeah.
see you.
And if you click on my profile, my channel link is there, so you can check out my other content, see what you dig, and like I said, every third Sunday I do this stage. So, and I always have a special guest up. So, feel free to join again, man. I'll look forward to talking to you then.
Yeah, thank you so much. Bye.
All right, take it easy, bud.
Take it easy.
All right.
It is so fucking great when people who are philosophically adept join discussions. You see, you notice the quality of discussions between somebody like Free, who's just here, and somebody
P-Mars.
like,
sorry.
I was just about to say
bad.
P-Mars. Or the quality of the discussion changes because one, people like P-Mars aren't intending to actually have a meaningful discussion, and number two, because they don't really know anything. And when you put those two things together, it's very fucking destructive to meaningful discussions.
Agreed. All right. So everyone loves P-Mars. Speedmaster, you're killing
Good
me.
old Marstown. I call him Marstown now every time I see him, for reasons that should be obvious to everybody that follows Tom Rabbit.
Well, maybe they love him over on Chatterbait, but not on Discord. I can tell you that.
Yeah. And it's funny because, like, I don't care that he does all that. Like, dude, you do you, man. The people that are going to judge you for that are the people in your own camp, and that says a lot.
Right. I had, and not to throw him, I'm not, and I have no intention of throwing him under the bus. I had a conversation with P-Mars, just me and him. It was this rare opportunity where I was sitting in a room in Discord and he popped in. We wound up having like a 15-minute conversation that I would describe is, by his standards, completely and utterly civil, where I was like, I don't give a shit if you're on Chatterbait. I don't care if you're gay. I don't care if you're bi. I don't give a shit about any of that. I care about the quality.
And it doesn't make you a bad person
exactly.
either.
Yeah. I care about the quality of your fucking arguments. That's what I'm concerned about. Okay. If you are gay, be gay. It's okay to be like, do it, man. That your own group would cast you out or would cut you off because they'll say like everything you're saying is wrong because you're gay. They're just fucking ad hominem you because they can't deal with it. So recognize that. Just I'm only focused on his argumentation. That's it. So I tried to be as welcoming as possible in that regard, but he's got his own shit he's got to deal with. Nonetheless,
Demons to fight.
Right, but I hear you have a birthday coming up.
Yeah, it is the 20th today. Let me pull up my calendar. It will be not this Friday, but next Friday. The single best day of the entire fucking year that anybody could have been born on. There is no better day than
August
the
1st?
of August.
Nice.
Yeah. No, you got to say it right.
The 1st of August. The 1st of August. So, well, early happy birthday to you.
Thank you.
Well,
I will be 30 fucking years old.
30. Wow. And I just turned 45 this year.
I'm going to be honest. I don't know if I would have guessed you over 40.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I was always thinking like maybe approaching that, like 38, 39, something like that.
The white beard didn't give it away.
Well, the thing is, I know people whose beards kind of start to change in their late 30s, but I think that beards like salt and pepper color looks a lot better than even just plain color. Not that like, when you're 25 years old, you've got a thick brown beard that it doesn't look good, but salt and pepper beards just there's something to them.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I've got like where the jawline has gone white, but like the top area and my mustache is still kind of brown. So it hasn't fully gone all white yet. And when I grow my hair out, I got the Reed Richards thing going on where it's like the white on the sides, but not on the top yet.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yep.
Oh, and I've got people in my live chat are like, now I feel old. So because I have a bunch of older people in my live chat. So hey, old in body, but not in heart, man. I'm still.
Look, I'm sorry. I don't think it's accurate to call oneself old until you're at least 60 years old. Maybe even 65 in certain instances. That's old.
I will say that there are days that I wake up and I feel fucking old.
Oh yeah, there's days I wake up and my knees feel 70. Or my ankles or something like that.
My man's 30 years old and he's like, my fucking knees. Oh man, I tell you, it's my back is my because of football, wrestling, all the shit that I did, all the shit I did in high school and college, and that stuff. No matter how safe you are, that stuff catches up with you. Not to mention all the working out that I do, the gym. My body creaks in ways at 45 that it did not do at 25. So
But the funny thing is, going to the gym and weightlifting and all that stuff actually helps.
That's true. Yeah. Keeps up the density. We got what is this chat going on here? It's like atheist community, because I want somebody to put their hand away. I got one person in my live chat named Otto who keeps I guess was talking some serious smack or saying that like we have no reason or something like atheists have no reason. But I want they have the link to come up on the stage. I want them to come up on the stage and defend this.
Hopefully
stuff.
They do.
Let's see. Oh, Colorado Biker says competitive jiu-jitsu wrecked his body. Oh, I get that. It was football. It was football and wrestling. Football is where I did did the worst damage to my back because I was a guard and I was a guard and a DT. And so that just hitting dudes that are like 300, 350 pounds at a full sprint and shit. That just, it just did numbers and getting slammed around on the line. That did numbers on my back. And wrestling did not help with my shoulders, or my back or my knees but I loved wrestling because I was actually quite fucking good at it. Wrestling, Aikido, Muay Thai, stuff like that. I just beat the app. If I live to 80, I'm just going to be I'm going to be falling apart, dude. I'm going to be looking like that dude in RoboCop before he got hit by the car.
Somebody's going to bump your shoulder walking down the street. Your whole arm's going to fall off. His but to scratch.
All right. American football is for pussies. Regards, rugby player. Okay, Speedmaster. I'm going to tell you this. My brother played both football and rugby. He played rugby for Clemson. Okay. And my brother's a smart guy. He's an architect. He went to college for architecture. He's an architectural engineer. But he's also super athlete and shit like that. That's just the way he is. And he does triathlons and shit like that. But he did rugby. The damage that game did to his body is not to mention my brother's not that bright when it comes to taking care of himself, because at one point he had herniated 2 discs in his back. And he was thinking, and he was considering playing, going into a match with 2 herniated discs, even though he was oh, my back hurts. And people are like, dude, are you all right? And he was like, yeah, I'm fine. I just need to stretch it out. It's no, dude, you need to go to the fucking hospital because your shit is fucked. But, rugby will mess you up. It will. I have a great amount of respect for rugby players, but the damage they do to themselves, oof. I saw what it did to my brother, and him nowadays he's kind of Yeah, his back is all fucked up.
Groans every time you guys go out to eat, and he's going to sit in the booth, and it's just one of those.
It's like,
As you
dude,
sit down kind of moments.
it's like, dude, you're just sitting down. It's like, yeah, well. Samuel Clemens, the Discord is the politics server. The link for the politics Discord is in the description on YouTube. And I believe that is like, what is it? It's http/ or Discord /gg/politics, I think is what it is. But yeah, the politics Discord server. It's a big server, so you can't you legit can't miss it. Discord is in the
Can't miss
description.
it. It's right there on your left.
It's right over there. Just if you
telling me you can't see that big ass mass right there, that clump.
When you're going down, if you see the old man playing a banjo with the hound dog, you've gone too far. Okay, great. He's got it. All right. I'm hoping that. So I'm hoping someone else will raise their hand.
I'm surprised P Mars isn't here. Hopefully, I'm not scaring him away.
He just might be. Terrifying. Speedmaster said I retired after 2 concussions. Played wingback, not worth the risk. Yeah, rugby's dangerous. Rugby is dangerous as hell. Football is as well, because I know a few times I got my bell rung, and I wasn't sure what was going on. I got hit one time. I didn't even see it. I was dumb. I got hit by a fucking linebacker one time, and it just put me on another planet. And I'm like, huh? And my coach is like, hey, are you all right? And I'm like, what? And he's like shining the flashlight in my eyes. He's like, yeah, you're out. And so he pulled me out and put me on the side because my pupils were as big as fucking saucers. It happens. Sometimes you just get dinged. It happens. Oh, McGruber is here, or Warren OB1000 as he is known on YouTube. Frequenter of
my buddy.
My
buddy played football, and a couple different times he hit another kid so hard he gave himself a stinger.
Oof. Oh man, football. I've put the hurt and I have taken the hurt. Back in those days.
Yeah.
So it's some bad ones. That's how I got my back injuries. I got folded in half backwards. Because I got my legs
folded like a chair.
Yeah, it just totally messed me up. So to this day, that was back in high school. Oh, actually, back in junior high is when that happened. McGruber, also known as Warren OB1000, for those who subscribe to Jefferson's Spatchcock. Make sure I've got you, that we can hear you.
What's going on? Okay.
All right. Yeah, we can hear you.
What are you guys talking about?
We're talking to believers about what they believe and why. Do they have evidence to present?
Oh, you know what I believe and why.
Well, it could change.
And you do believe it too. You just suppress the truth and unrighteousness.
And that's false. That's a false statement, because you're speaking about my mental states.
Okay.
And you don't have access to my
mind.
mind.
So can you not grant that suppose an omniscient God exists? Would that God not know more about your mental state than you do?
It would know all true propositions. Yeah, even the ones I'm not consciously aware of. Sure.
Yeah, so it knows all propositions, including that you know that he exists.
Okay, well, here's the problem. Okay. That if is doing a tremendous amount of lifting.
Well, it isn't an if; it is a fact,
then
because the Bible wouldn't exist.
It's not. It's not. No, it's not, because your reasoning is circular there, and I've already described in the past.
It is circular. It's called virtuously circular.
It virtuously circular and viciously circular. The virtuous and vicious are irrelevant. It's still circular.
Yeah, we're just honest. We Christians are just honest about our circularity.
It's a distinction without a difference. There is no circularity in my worldview.
Well, there is, because you say that reality is a necessary precondition of intelligibility.
No, I
don't.
But
what does that phrase even mean?
I don't say that, and I don't use intelligibility like you're using it. I don't make assumptions about what intelligibility is the way you're doing it. Intelligibility is just the capacity to understand something. That's all intelligibility is. For something to be intelligible means that it can be understood. Okay? So that I am a human, a product of the system, and able to operate within the system I am a product of, because I understand the
You
system
don't have
around
to
me
talk to me in a condescending manner.
the way I
okay?
understand it. That's intelligibility. That's what intelligibility is. Okay? You could draw a line between that and coherency, but that coherency there is as a result of my evolution, my ability to recognize and
Evolution isn't a fact. The Bible refutes it.
No, it is a fact. See,
You're right. It's not a fact. It's a theory.
It's a theory. It's true. It is a theory based
Yeah,
upon
evolution is not a theory. The
based-
Bible refutes
No,
it.
no, it is
It's a scientific
it's a
theory.
scientific
Yes.
theory based upon a
Well, the science
mountain,
demonstrates it, but
mountain
it's
of
still
evidence.
untrue because the Bible refutes it.
Not
Yeah,
it's
if
not
the
untrue.
science demonstrates it means it's a part of reality.
Well, the Bible contradicts it, therefore it's false.
I don't care.
No,
Like,
actually,
I can
Actually, no, it
concede that
doesn't.
the science
It doesn't.
shows
It
evolution.
actually doesn't. The Bible contradicts.
Read
like, you talk-
Genesis
no,
1.
If
You
you
know
talk, no. That wouldn't be evolution. That would be abiogenesis. The Bible contradicts creationism.
No, the Bible
creationism-
states that life was created in its present state 6,000 years ago in 6 days. Evolution
Cares.
requires deep time.
Yeah, the thing we have.
Deep time
Okay.
does not exist.
Yeah, it does.
Okay, but
Well then Genesis is wrong, and therefore nothing
Yeah,
is true.
Genesis is
Bible
wrong. We've
is
known
true.
Genesis
That's
is wrong
Genesis
for
could be
hundreds
wrong.
of
Okay,
years.
MacGruber.
Yeah,
here's
but if the
MacGruber.
Bible isn't true, nothing is
Yeah,
true because the
MacGruber,
Bible is a
here's the
revelation of
problem.
God.
That's
No.
God
That's
has to
not
be
true.
a truth
Okay,
bearer.
MacGruber, you've got to chill and stop repeating yourself. Okay? The Bible can
Well,
be
you want to
wrong.
know what believers believe and
MacGruber,
why.
no,
and I'm
because not all
I'm
believers
engaging
believe,
with your-
because not all believers, not all Christians believe that the Bible is inerrant.
Well, the correct Christians believe that, yes.
Isn't that just a no true Scotsman fallacy?
Well, if you're a Christian, and you don't believe in the Bible, then you're kind of a retarded Christian.
They believe the theological claims about the Bible, but they recognize that the Bible was.
Yeah, that's incoherent.
But you got to let me.
So
finish.
they believe in a literal Jesus, but if they
got to let me finish. They believe in the theological claims of the Bible, but they also understand that the Bible was written by fallible human beings
by God
who were making incorrect statements about reality because they did not understand what they were observing.
Well, then why not throw out the resurrection?
It's a theological
I
claim.
do.
And we do.
They don't do
yes,
that.
and we do. But okay, like
Well,
I said, the resurrection,
may. Yeah, sure.
is a theological claim.
But who decides which theological claims they ought to accept if the Bible isn't reliable? Okay.
No, they say that parts of it are not reliable.
Parts of it.
Parts of it are not
Who decided
reliable.
they were God? Who decided they were God and let them choose which ones were reliable?
They didn't. They understood that there is no logical contradiction between a God existing and the Bible being wrong in some parts.
So first off, how we determine what parts of the Bible are reliable in like some historical sense is going to be through a variety of historiological methods used by professionals who have determined that
100% of
with regards
scholars,
to the truth statements that the Bible makes, it's not very reliable. With respect to
100% of
giving us an
Christian
understanding of the cultures
the
at
inerrancy
this
of the
time,
Bible.
how they wrote things and how stories were passed from person to person, the Bible's reliable in that sense, but not reliable in the sense that the claims that it makes, like that people come back from the dead, are true. And most historians acknowledge that.
100%. You guys like trusting your experts. 100% of Christian scholars accept the inerrancy of the Bible.
No, they don't.
No, they don't.
Well, they do.
I mean, that's
you're
just
talking
explicitly
about Mormon,
false.
You're
Some
talking
of the
about Mormon,
largest,
Jewish,
some of the
and
largest
Catholic.
apologist channels on YouTube have had Christian scholars on that have said the exact opposite. So clearly, you're just wrong here.
Well, those aren't Christian scholars because they.
Yeah, they are.
They don't affirm.
They're
Don't
they're
me off.
Christians. They
neglect
believe
the
in the
most
one true
important part
God.
of the
They
Bible
believe
is
that
divine origin.
he incarnated in the person of Jesus Christ, who sacrificed himself on the cross to atone for our sins. They believe that. That's what makes you a Christian. And they're also scholars because they have PhDs in the
How can they
relevant
know
areas.
that's true if they don't accept the authority of the Bible?
No.
They do accept the authority of the Bible. They just don't assume every statement it makes is literally true.
Because they're
Well, then you
because
can't
they're
know anything about the Bible.
No,
if
because
it's not.
MacGruber.
Yeah, you can.
MacGruber, stop, dude.
Beating
They
me all the time.
acknowledge that there are certain areas that there are areas in the Bible that are literally interpolations, and there are alterations, and there are interpretations of the text, and there are translation errors, as indicated from the Hebrew
Yeah, I
Greek,
know
into
the
other,
atheist
but-
talking points.
but
Why
no-
are you server muting me all the time? Are you
Because-
afraid of what I have to say?
These
No.
aren't talking points. These are historical facts about the Bible.
Yes, thank you. These are historical
They're
facts,
true
dude.
for all documents. Like, this
So-
isn't just the Bible. This is the Quran. This is the Bhagavad Gita. Like, yeah, these are things made up by humans thousands of years ago who clearly
Yeah.
didn't have a thorough
Again,
understanding of the reality they inhabit.
How can Neophilius be a cool interlocutor, but you're server muting me like every 5 seconds? Why are you afraid of what I have to say?
I'm not afraid of what you have to say.
You are, clearly
like,
are.
For example, you
Okay.
are interrupting me again. I'm not afraid of what
Get
you
in the
have
chair. I'm so scared.
I'm not afraid of what you have to say. Leophilius can't mute you because he's not a mod here. It's my stage, and if you interrupt me, I'm going to mute you so that I can finish what I'm stating. Okay?
But I can't talk for more than 5 seconds. You've been interrupting like crazy.
No,
Okay.
I respond to your statements, and then you interrupt my responses.
Well, it's part of the precept argument to interrupt. Do you not understand that?
I don't give a
Have you not
shit.
been around them long
I
enough?
don't give a shit. I will shut you down the minute you do it.
Well, then you're afraid of Christianity.
I'm not afraid of Christianity. I'm not afraid of your cult. I'm not afraid of your proxy cannibalistic, blood magic ritual believing, apocalyptic death cult. It does not scare
That's
me.
Catholicism.
No,
That's
that's
Catholicism.
Christianity.
That's
That's
not
Christianity.
Christianity.
It's an apocalyptic death cult from the second
Catholicism is Christian.
Catholicism
No,
is
it's not.
Christianity. Yes,
They
it is.
believe in
It's
multiple gods.
It's a
No,
they don't. No, they don't.
I mean,
They
all
don't.
They
Christians
worship
technically
Mary as
do,
a
but
goddess.
No, they
worship
don't.
Mary and saints. They do.
No, but they
No, they
don't.
don't.
They don't hold them to be God. They hold one God and many saints.
They hold Mary to be God.
They don't hold her
No,
to
they
be
don't.
God. What the hell are you
Mary is
talking
the mother of
about?
God.
She redeemed sins. They
Mary's the
believe
mother.
that she redeemed sins.
Mary's the
No.
mother of Jesus, and she can
Yes, they
offer.
do.
She can offer
No, they
protection.
don't.
Okay.
It's funny when these people
Yeah,
say
that's
this because
divine.
it's so clear that they haven't actually like read the Catechism of the Catholic Church. They don't
Yeah,
know
it's-
anything
I have.
about
I used
what
to
the
be
Catholic.
Catholic.
No, you haven't.
I have. I used to be
Right, I
Catholic.
bet.
Really?
Yeah, I can
Okay.
grant that you used to be Catholic. You clearly don't understand what Catholicism is now.
Okay, so
I just disagree with you.
MacGruber, tell me the difference between Vatican I and Vatican II.
Vatican I did the papal infallibility doctrine. It also refuted republicanism and Americanism just modernity in general. Vatican II stopped
even know
the
what that means.
praying to. Vatican II stopped the use or allowed the use of the vernacular in the Mass. It also kind of stopped the praying for the conversion of the Jews at Easter, which the Orthodox still do and the Sedevacanists still do. Do you need me to go on, or is quiz time over?
Well, some things you got right, some things you got wrong, but nonetheless, or
No, I got them all right.
You
I can
articulated them
continue.
weirdly, but nonetheless, so you are getting it wrong in the relationship of Catholics and what they hold Mary to be, and what they hold God to be, and what they hold Christ to be.
I didn't mention anything about Mary during when you asked me the
No. You
difference,
still your
so,
statement you made earlier about that is still wrong.
Very wrong.
It's not.
It
Yeah, it
is.
I just didn't know. I correctly outlined what the two.
They do not hold
councils
Mary
were,
to be a god.
They do. They hold that
So
she.
they don't.
Well, they say they don't. They say they don't, but they
Mary's
do
not
because
divine.
they believe that she can. They believe that she can redeem sins. They believe that she can. That she has a direct line to God to be able to, grant prayers for people. And they have the Hail Mary prayer. Protestants don't do that. Christians don't do that.
Yeah, Protestants don't
No.
revere the Mother of God, the thing they should be doing. That's
Yeah.
how we know Catholics got it right.
Mary was just
Protestants-
another woman
Protestants
who bore.
don't.
Who
No,
Mary
bore
was the Mother of God.
the-
Protestant-
another woman. What? That's why God picked her, because she was just
So-
another common whore, right?
So
Like you're just
Nonetheless-
blaspheming against
so-
God, which is cool because I blasphemed against the Holy Spirit, so I'm going to hell. I'll see both of you in hell, and you'll
Hell's not
see.
real.
also not real. So
Hell is
yeah.
real. It was revealed in the Bible.
Okay.
Mhm,
Demonstrate that
That
it's
was
real.
revealed in the Bible. It's real.
Demonstrate that it's real without begging the question.
It's in the Bible.
Without begging the
It's
question.
not begging the question if it's
It
true.
is. You can't just say the
Not
Bible
begging the
is true,
question if
therefore
it's
it's true. It doesn't work that way, dude.
I
But
can
it's
say
true,
that
therefore it's
because
true. And
God's
it can't
fiat
beg the question that it's true if it's true, because
I
it's
can
true.
I
Like-
can say that because it's God's fiat claim.
Premise one.
God was there when
this
he
is
did
the
it.
precept argument. Premise one, I'm right. Premise two, therefore I'm right. Premise two.
Yeah,
therefore I'm
premise
right.
one: atheists have an incoherent
There's no incoherency in my worldview.
model for intelligibility.
No, there isn't.
Uh,
What do you mean by
premise two,
what do you mean by
when it's true.
intelligibility? What are
Therefore,
you referring
conclusion.
to? with that term?
So when we assert claims with the truth value, we understand that there needs to be an agent instantiating the truth value of those claims. Otherwise, there can't be truth. Like a claim cannot maintain.
Are you just
truthiness
saying that you need a
over time
language
and
for these concepts to make sense? Is that all you're saying?
It's not all I'm saying.
Well, that's what it sounds like, is that you're just saying in order for concepts like truth to mean anything, they have to be within the context of a broader language, to which I would agree.
That's not what I'm saying.
Are you arguing?
So what is it?
You're arguing that truth.
Okay,
is
you know how a computer.
You're arguing that truth.
Shut up and let me explain.
You're arguing that truth is a transcendental, correct?
Okay, like imagine a computer needs an electrical charge in order to hold a bit high or low, right? So reality needs a God, to hold the value of truth, the truth value of a claim, just like a computer needs an electric charge to hold a 1 or a 0. Okay.
Why?
Because it was revealed that way by God.
No, that's circular.
Okay.
So
It is circular because God revealed it that way.
No,
Okay.
it's not. That's not the way that works. Answer his question.
wait. So I'm holding a blue Bic lighter. You're telling me that the truth of it being blue has nothing to do with the fact of actuality, that it is like the ontological fact that it is blue and has something to do with some other magical
You're
wizard
begging
or
the
something
question
like
when you
that?
say the ontological
I'm not.
fact. When you use the phrase the ontological fact, you're begging the question. Okay.
No, I'm not.
You're implying that there is a reality instantiated by God,
No, I'm not.
No,
but
he's
somehow
not.
not instantiated by God. Okay.
Why do you keep putting?
That's not what I'm
Why do you
saying.
keep putting words in our mouth?
Why are you putting words in my mouth?
I'm not. You keep telling us what
I'm
our world.
just giving as good as I get.
Warren, you keep telling us what our worldview is when that's not what our worldview is.
Well, the Bible states what your worldview is.
Your
No, it
Bible is
I don't need to
irrelevant.
state what
Your
your
Bible
worldview
is
is.
irrelevant to us.
No, it's not. The Bible speaks to the
No,
sin nature of man.
It is irrelevant. Your Bible is as irrelevant to me as is the Quran, as is the Bhagavad Gita, as are the Vedas.
Well, the
as
Quran
the
is
Tao Te-
irrelevant.
as are the Tao Te Ching, as are the Egyptian coffin texts, the Egyptian Book of the Dead. None of it. None of it. It's all just books written by humans.
Yeah, the Bible has
Written
nothing to
by
do with
God.
my worldview. I'm a wizard, actually, so my worldview is defined by the Harry Potter series. Because I'm a wizard, so.
I myself am a writer of Rohan, so Lord of the Rings. Tolkien is my god.
All hail the mighty magic. The magic giveth and the magic taketh away.
Okay,
You know what's funny?
so here's the problem. I can get
even
around
that blasphemy. We forget.
No,
If
you're
you
blaspheming by thinking the
blaspheme,
Bible is the true word of the magic when it's not.
Yeah.
The Harry Potter series is.
See,
The magic revealed itself
Well,
through
I
the Harry
already
Potter
blasphemed
series.
Here's the
Holy
problem,
Spirit as
Warren.
an
Here's the
atheist and a
problem.
Christian.
Here's the problem, Warren, is that you're assuming that
Matt
what we
Gruber,
perceive,
please.
what you're assuming, what the assumption that you're making is that what we perceive to be is that which there is to be perceived and is intended to be perceived by humans. Okay, this is a fundamental error in this kind of reasoning, is that you're putting the human like how we reason about what we observe, you're putting that at the forefront. You're putting the cart before the horse instead of understanding from the evidence that we are ourselves organisms. I'm not done. I'm not done.
attitude.
I'm not done.
You're never done.
So in that
This guy
respect,
whines a lot, doesn't he, JL?
a lot. He does. So when other people start making sense, all he can do is bitch about the meta. So in that respect, you're putting the cart before the horse. Okay. If you understand and start like from bottom up, you work bottom up instead of top down. Okay. Don't try to fit the evidence to what you presuppose.
We live in a top-down reality. We live in a God-free.
No, we do not.
No, we do
Reality
not.
is not top down.
No. So in that respect, we work bottom up. We look at what we observe the universe that we are products of. We don't make assumptions that are unnecessary about things. We don't make assumptions about things that we don't have access to. Okay, that we can't demonstrate that we have access to. And we work from the bottom. We work from the observation and we work up to the explanation to eventually we can get to a metaphysical conclusion, but that metaphysical conclusion will change in the event that we get evidence that warrants that change. We don't hold fast to a metaphysical position and try to interpret everything in the scope of that, even if the evidence would indicate that that's not necessarily the case. Okay? That way we reduce the number of assumptions and errors that we could potentially be made, or the assumptions we make and the errors we could potentially be making. All right? It's just basic intellectual honesty. So in that respect, you assume that human beings are intended, a la necessitarianism. You assume that the way the universe is observed by humans is the way it's intended to be observed, okay, which you can't demonstrate to be the case, and that the way that reality is perceived is the only way that it can be perceived. The way it's perceived by humans is the way that it is designed to be perceived, which is not the case. All of these assumptions you make, that which you call truth, or what we would call as human beings, what we would call objective truth or mind-independent truth, that the truth that exists, independent of our experience, we don't have access to that, okay, because we interface with that through our subjective internal experience. So any conclusions that we draw about what we would call external reality are going to be probabilistic in nature, all right? So you trying to define a God into existence in order to answer the questions that you don't have a mechanism to actually answer is deeply problematic, all right? This is why we reject it. This is because you have no warrant to get to that point, and why ultimately your reasoning fails, because it is circular. Because you're assuming the thing, you're begging the question of the existence of the thing to do the thing that you think it does, and then you just reason around that. And the distinction between virtuous and vicious is a distinction with no difference. It's the same fucking thing. Okay, you have no defense, and there is no circularity in ours.
Oh, I guess that does it.
I guess that's it.
Atheism is clearly correct.
Are you finished preaching?
I wasn't preaching. I was walking you through my worldview.
You server muted me and you monologued.
Yeah,
like
I was
5
walking
minutes.
you through my worldview, and not just you, the audience as well.
You should have been listening.
So I
that
prefer a
was your
two-way
opportunity to
conversation.
listen a little bit.
Yeah, I prefer a two-way conversation where I speak for a little bit.
Yeah,
and
but
you
to have a
speak for a little
conversation
bit.
at all, you have to listen to what the other person's saying, right?
Yeah, I lose interest after 5 or 10
did you do
minutes.
that? Did you listen when JL was talking, or did you just sit there and not pay any attention?
When I get server muted, I think the person's the petulant child, and I don't listen. Okay.
So yeah. So you're not actually here for a discussion then,
Right.
because if you were, you would have
Yeah,
listened to what he had to say.
It's correct because God has revealed that he exists.
Okay,
Therefore,
Yeah, that
atheism-
just doesn't even make sense. Like, I don't even know what inference you're making there.
The inference is that God says in the Bible that atheists
But God is the thing in question.
Everyone has seen God in creation, and therefore they suppress the truth and unrighteousness.
okay.
God is the
Therefore,
thing
you-
in question.
Yes, and I'm
So
telling
you can't say God when God is the thing in question. That's what, as JL has pointed
Not
out,
the
is
thing
a
in question.
circular inference.
Okay, and I'm telling you, McGruber, that statement being made about people, that statement does not reflect reality. That is a statement made by a believer.
It does. It's what the Bible says.
That is a
That's
statement
reality.
being
Okay.
made. That is a statement being made by a believer to reinforce the cult notion.
You're also a believer.
To reinforce the cult notion. No, it's a cult manual telling you that it literally is. It literally okay.
You conceded that if an omniscient God.
Are you familiar, McGruber? Are you familiar with Morton's fork? Are you familiar?
I'm familiar with it, but maybe the others would benefit.
Tell
from
me what
explanation.
Morton's fork is.
Well, you're the one who proposed it, so
I'm asking if you know what it is. Do you know what Morton's
Okay,
fork
well-
is? Just tell me yes or no. If you don't know it, I'll tell you what it is.
Well, there's a guy named Morton, and he sat down to dinner, and he picked up silverware, and the thing that was used to hold the meat in place was his fork. Okay.
So you don't know what a Morton's fork is.
I explained it to you, but maybe
That's not
there's
what
another
Morton-
use
that's not what
that you
Morton's
can
fork
explain.
is. Please
that
tell
you can
me.
explain to the
Please
group.
tell me what the Morton's fork fallacy is.
Well, I would have to Google it because I think that you're using obscure.
It's not obscure.
Esoteric
It's not obscure. It's not
philosophy.
esoteric. It's literally based upon the actions of a tax collector in medieval Europe. Okay. The idea.
Okay, it's not obscure. It's just about medieval Europe tax collectors.
No, the idea that what it is, it's what it is a okay. I'm gonna try to be cool on this. It's a heads I win, tails you lose scenario. All right. And that's what Christianity sets up as a cult. All right.
No kidding.
No
It
matter
sets it up, and
okay,
therefore it's true no matter what.
No, it's okay. That's the problem because it's logically possible for it all to be false.
But it's not false.
There's no
So,
logical
there you go.
contradiction in that.
Well, given that the Bible exists and it was written by God and it's all true, Christianity
It wasn't
therefore
written by
by
God. It was written by
extension must be
humans.
true.
It was written by humans.
Yeah, with the inspiration of God and perfectly
That's what you're
perfectly
told. You have
preserved
no.
by the Holy
That's
Spirit.
what you're told. You have no evidence, and it was not perfectly preserved.
That's what the Bible says.
But, okay, that's what you're told, and you just accept that. There is no evidence.
That's what the Bible says.
But there is no
That's what
evidence
the
to
all
support that.
telling God
There's
says
no
in the
evidence
Bible.
to support that. That's a faith claim that
Yeah,
you're
it's
making.
God's fiat declaration.
That's
There
a
is
faith
evidence.
claim. That's a faith
testament.
claim that you're making.
It's not. It's in the Bible. You don't have to take it on faith. You can read it.
No, it's a faith claim. No, it's just a book. It tells me no more about the God or the existence of the God than the Quran does about the existence of Allah. There's no difference.
Well, that book is incoherent because God brags about being the greatest of all deceivers in the Quran. Therefore, you can't know anything in the Quran to be true because he could be lying. Okay.
So, and the Bhagavad Gita got the age of the earth closer than any other holy text ever written, and it actually predates the Bible by over 1,000 years.
The age of the earth is 6,000 years old.
No, it's not. It's independently
like it says in
confirmed
the
to be 4.5
Just
billion.
because science comes to other conclusions does not mean the science is correct.
No, because we can independently confirm that it is.
Yeah, because our sin nature causes us to develop bad science.
That's not the way that works. If it's independently confirmed through independently confirmed through predictive modeling, then no, that's not the way that works.
Yeah, through our sinful, fallible.
Because all we can do is interpret the evidence, and then we can derive a predictive model from the interpretation. If the predictive model is false, if we make a prediction and the prediction doesn't come true, then that tells us that our interpretation of the data was incorrect because we didn't use it to make a correct prediction. But if the prediction comes true, that in turn tells us that our interpretation of the evidence was accurate.
Yeah, our senses are through our sinful, God-hating minds.
Okay? See, you say that, but I don't hate the concept of God.
You do.
I don't. I hate what
God hates you too, by the way.
I hate what the concept does to people, what it inspires in people.
I mean, okay, well.
But the concept itself is no different to me than the concept of Zeus.
By the way, I'm not speaking for God. I'm just relating what the Bible says. God says.
You're relating what you think the Bible says.
No, I'm relating what the plain text reading the Bible says.
There are different interpretations. You have not solved the hermeneutical issue.
Well, there are wrong interpretations.
You have not solved the hermeneutical or exegetical problems yet.
God can do what he wants. There's the hermeneutical problem solved.
No, that's not. Okay, I think we're good with the McGruber. We've entertained McGruber enough. Anything you want to say, Leo?
Well, I appreciate the opportunity to come up here, Leo. I enjoy your content on the Max's debate stuff. So maybe I could be on a panel with you sometime.
Mate Talks. You all should go subscribe.
Yeah, I have. It's too bad that Max works so hard and Ozian is a massive creep.
Eat Ozian, yeah.
But I wish him all the success in the world.
And I wish you a better education in science.
No, I concede that the science says what it says. I'm not a creationist like the AIG folks who say the science says creationism. That's just retarded.
Your epistemology just staggers me. You know, the Grand Canyon of breaks in your epistemology just blows.
Well,
my mind.
Your whining, pontificating, and server muting and theory of dissent staggers me too.
None of what I was doing. Oh yeah, that's a good question.
You have a brand about improving the discourse, but you are just as petulant as Darth Dawkins and all of that.
I'm not petulant. I'm not petulant. When I try to make a statement and explain something, and you just keep repeating yourself, I'm going to mute you because it's my fucking statement.
Keep making videos about Matt Powell to your audience who all agree with you.
Well, that was my latest one. I haven't covered Matt in quite a while. I just happened to cover that one this week.
You know what I meant.
Yeah, you're trying to bring up a point like it's an own, and it's not.
Yeah, you're making videos to a group who already agrees with you about everything. I just wonder why you do that.
Because I get a lot of believers. I have a lot of believers that watch my content as well.
Oh, do they believe in Matt Powell?
Some do, but after I get done with Matt, they often don't. Because I show them how Matt. I show them how Matt is.
If you have some, then I suppose it's worth it.
Well, I show them how people like Matt, or like Kent Hovind, or Matt Slick, or Ken Hammer, that they are only interested in victimizing.
Matt Slick is based.
They're only looking to victimize these individuals' ignorance. They're to victimize them, to take advantage of their ignorance, is what I'm doing.
Cool. Well, I have one more thing to say, and I will leave the stage. I am going to hell because I wanted to win a debate against Matt Slick, so I blasphemed against the Holy Spirit in the presence of Matt Slick, who then condemned me to hell. So I'll see you guys in hell after we die.
Well, no, you won't.
I would say
nobody sees after they die. You have to be alive to see things.
Yeah, I would say no, you won't, but we won't have any experience after we die. So that's the only kind of like shame of it, is that you won't know that you're wrong. But nonetheless,
I thought you guys would find it funny that I.
Yeah, it's cute. So, but you won't know that you're wrong. So I'm not terribly concerned about it. Let's see. We do have Nyclot up. It's been a while since I've had Nyclot up on the channel.
I haven't seen him in ages. He probably doesn't remember me.
Probably not. So let's see. I'll go ahead and bring Nyclot up, and I actually have to.
Last time I talked with him was on Pal Talk.
Wow, Pal Talk.
It's like 5 or 6 years ago.
Damn. All right, I'm going to.
Yeah.
So Leo,
my shift button's not working.
Leo, I'm gonna let you take the lead. What he says, I actually have to hit the little atheist room for just a moment. I will be right back. So feel free.
What is the little atheist room? That sounds
kind of fun.
Oh.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, I kind of pushed to talk, and I use my shift button. It's locking up, so I might have to switch to another button. But it still should be working. How you doing, Leo Phyllis?
Doing all right.
Yeah, I was going to ask that McGruber question because I've never really gotten a good answer to this from a pre-sup. And so if I steelman their argument, I assume it's something like, if there's knowledge and intelligibility, then God exists. There's knowledge and intelligibility, therefore God exists. I've never seen a good defense of premise one. It just seems to be an assertion.
Yeah, I've never seen one either. And when you ask them to defend it, things tend to get a little spicy after that. I'm not sure why. I'm not sure why it's so hard for them to do that.
No. I mean, at some point, we do all bottom out at certain fundamental principles. I mean, if we do philosophy, we're going to have, at some point, some principle, which is just the way that we do it. We can't go any further than that. Like, for example, I think one of the reasons that I'm going to probably disagree with you has to do with kind of a different philosophical method, the way that I approach philosophical questions. Because I'm assuming you're a physicalist, right?
Yes.
Okay, and so I'm not. And one of the reasons I am not is because of my phenomenological approach to philosophy. So one of my arguments starts out with, consciousness is apodictically certain, which is basically just a fancy way of saying, hey, look, we're just immediately subjectively aware of our own conscious experience. This is something that can't be doubted. Even the act of doubting it presupposes it. So that one is going to say, what's apodictically certain, what's necessarily certain, something that we can't even deny without engaging in a performative contradiction, is going to obviously be true. So are you going to have an issue with that one?
That we are aware of ourselves intrinsically? Yeah. No.
Okay. So, and I think this is probably where you're probably not going to disagree with this one. So the next one, as I say, if consciousness is apodictically certain, then it has intentionality as an essential attribute. And what intentionality is, as far as phenomenology, is the directedness or aboutness of consciousness. So when I'm engaged in any conscious act, for example, if I'm perceiving a tree, I'm perceiving something. If I'm imagining a unicorn, I'm imagining something. If I am remembering a birthday party, I'm remembering something. So all acts of consciousness seem to have this directedness or aboutness about them. And that's going to be true based on what's called an eidetic a priori. So when I analyze or understand the essential structures of this experience, I found out that consciousness has that aboutness or directedness. So as far as that,
I think that there are intentional aspects of consciousness, but I don't think all aspects of consciousness are necessarily intentional.
I guess as far as later phenomenologists, I might actually agree with that to a certain degree. Something like maybe Michael Henry's idea or Michel Henry's idea, he was French,
as far as autoaffective states. So we experience ourselves as immediately living. That doesn't seem to have intentionality about it. But nonetheless, there are intentional states. So that would be the case.
Well,
and so the
yeah,
next
I
one,
agree with that. I just personally, I don't use the language intentional states, but I agree with the concept being expressed.
okay, so the next one I basically state, if consciousness has intentionality as an essential attribute, then it transcends spatial extension. Now, this is usually the controversial premise. And the justification for that is basically it's an eidetic a priori. And so I think the difference is this, where someone like you will come in already with the presupposed metaphysics of physicalism or materialism, and you're then going to explain intentional states as coming from the brain. I do this phenomenological method where I bracket out any preconceived metaphysics, and I just start from the experience itself. So the raw experience itself is such that intentionality lacks those metric properties. It's more of the field in which things appear to us. So sure, when I'm perceiving the tree, I perceive the tree. The tree itself has metric properties. It's spatially extended. But the act of perceiving isn't from the point of the actual experience itself.
Well, I take perception to be intrinsically physical. You couldn't see something if you didn't have eyes and photons weren't being received by them.
Well, no, I understand that. But I said that's, again, presupposing materialism. But if we just take the
I don't think
experience
it is.
itself,
It's not.
Okay,
It's
so
not a
I think that's
it's,
like an empirically demonstrated fact. If you
It's-
didn't have eyes, you couldn't see.
It's a conclusion.
but
It's a
physical.
conclusion
But
of it
clearly,
because
seeing is a physical thing.
it's starting.
Okay.
It's starting bottom up and getting to the conclusion that it could be the case because that's what's probabilistically determined by the evidence. But it's not presupposing that and then assuming that's the only way. It's like until you can demonstrate that there is a way to access this information beyond the empirical, that's what we have to work with. So we're not presupposing it, we're concluding it by virtue of our interaction with it and what we have access to.
okay, no, what I'm saying, I'm trying to explain kind of my method. So for my method, I just, first step is the phenomenological reduction, which means you bracket out any preconceived theories. You don't assume physicalism, you don't assume materialism, you don't assume idealism. The goal is to just take the experience itself on its own terms. And we kind of agreed with the idea that consciousness has intentionality, the I think a thought. But when we don't assume anything and just take the raw experience itself of I perceive the tree sure is spatially extended. But do we experience it purely from itself? The act of perceiving is spatially extended. It's like, where's the metric properties in the act of perception?
Well, is your perception are you saying that all perception is intentional, or is it simply a result of us being organic organisms that are products of the system?
Yeah, and that's my point. So when you're saying organisms that are product of the system, what you're doing is you're presupposing a metaphysics. So what I'm saying is the method that I use, the phenomenological method, is I want to bracket that out. The first step is to bracket out any preconceived theories and just take the experience itself.
I'm not preconceiving that. The evidence indicates probabilistically to a degree that that would warrant certitude that we are products of the system because that's what the evidence shows. I'm not assuming that. I'm literally going from there is an experience being had. The I hold to the Nietzschean critique that the I in the cogito is presupposed. We do presuppose the sense of self, okay? Because even the sense of self, the perception of self could be a thing that is projected, okay? So that was, I kind of hold to that. But from there, we can operate without most parsimoniously that there is a system. There is a system. We perceive the system. Okay, we sense that we perceive the system.
Well, you're not doing.
What can we derive from that? And then we don't presuppose naturalism, physicalism, methodology, whatever. We conclude these things from the evidence.
Okay, so let's kind of go from the evidence, but go from the method that I'm doing. So the first step, as I said, we got consciousness. We have the intentionality of consciousness. So that's the fundamental premise. Then from that, you get that one.
How do you know it's intentional?
The intentional. Okay, so do you know what intentionality means as far as phenomenology? It doesn't mean it in the regular sense of the term. It just means there's a directedness or aboutness of thinking. So when you're perceiving a tree. When you're imagining unicorn. So basically what this means is any act of thinking has an object that it's directed towards or it's about.
Yeah, but I have no control over the object that's in front of me.
Yeah, okay, so all intentionality is in phenomenology just means there are an aboutness or directedness to thinking. When you're thinking about something. That's all that means. That's usually not a very controversial step premise. Most people will agree that even if Leo will say that there's probably some states that are not intentional, I'm assuming you're probably going to mean something like qualia. I would go more towards probably
I don't know
later
what qualia
phenomena.
is.
Qualia.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
Okay. Usually a lot of people, when they say that's not intentional, is that just this pain? What is the pain about? And someone like, I guess you would say, so like Husserl would probably say when you're the pain, it's directed in the shoulder or something like that. I probably would say if there's non-intentional phenomenological states, I would put later phenomenologists like Michel Henry, just this auto-effective, I'm immediately alive. This is just an immediate experience I'm having, and it doesn't seem to have intentionality. So I would probably say that would probably be a good criticism of that. But nonetheless, there still is this intentionality of consciousness. But let's go to the third premise. So the third one, when I'm talking about this, so you got to understand the method that I'm using. So the method is, the first step is the phenomenological reduction, which is you bracket out any metaphysics. You just don't come in with any metaphysical presuppositions whatsoever. And you just take the raw experience itself on its own terms. That's it. And so you do notice, and this is the motivation behind the hard problem of consciousness. If you start with that, and then you do an eidetic reduction. For example, I perceive a tree, I perceive a rock, or I perceive a car. The tree, rock, and car are experienced as having spatial extension to them, metric properties, correct?
Well, yeah. If you hold that the hard problem of consciousness is not a problem, I hold that it's a problem that is created, that it is literally created when it doesn't need to be. It's only there because certain assumptions are being made about the phenomenological that don't need to be made. So, like what Chalmers was doing was he was making fundamental assumptions about the ontological nature of experience, and then deriving the hard problem of consciousness from those assumptions that he was making about that ontological nature. I don't hold that that he was justified in making those assumptions. So the hard problem of consciousness is just a result of asking questions that don't need to be asked.
Oh man, I gotta really fix that shift button. My point basically, nonetheless, but if we take the actual experience itself and we kind of analyze it, this is the motivation. If we just come in, we do experience the tree as extended, but something about the act of perception itself, we can't kind of locate that in and of itself as it presents itself to us as having metric properties or being spatially extended. It comes to us more as a field in which things appear to us. That would be the idea.
Isn't perception just a result of a variety of broad neurological connections in the brain? I'm pretty sure that's what perception. And I think that the type of perception,
that's
like the visual cortex,
exactly
doesn't handle taste. So it seems to me that the act of perception is rooted in a variety of different areas of the physical brain and what they are physically doing.
Oh man, okay. So yeah, but as you understood, the way you approach this, the way that I'm approaching this, is all that gets bracketed out. The idea of neurons and the brain, and this is causing that gets bracketed out. And so we just take the raw experience itself.
Okay, but
that's the idea behind it.
But we still have to say, what is the obviously, the interface that we have with anything external of us is still our bodies, is still that. I mean, it's the encompassing of that. The sense of self is a phenomenological thing, but there is still, it's still encapsulated by the physical body in of itself. That's our interface, how we interface with what we perceive to be external reality. So if we remove someone's visual cortex, they can no longer see, even if they have eyes. So we do know that there is a correlative and a causative relationship between the physical and the phenomenological. Now in that respect, I mean, without multiplying entities unnecessarily, that doesn't start with the assumption of physicalism or materialism or naturalism in that respect. It's just using a methodology in order to get to what these metaphysical positions might be. But it's not presupposing them in that respect.
Oh,
unless you can demonstrate that the phenomenological can exist without the physical. Like minds can exist. You don't assume dualism, in that respect. Why would we ever assume dualism?
Oh, no, this argument isn't assuming dualism. This argument just would be showing how kind of physicalism is false. That's it. So it'll only go to that point. Now, yeah, I guess what we're getting at here is us putting all kind of our metaphysical presuppositions on the table, or I would say not our metaphysical ones, but our philosophical, principles that we're putting out. But you understand the motivation behind it. So if I do kind of proceed along this method that I'm doing along this phenomenological method, it would follow that consciousness, or the intentionality of consciousness, would transcend spatial extension, given the way it's experienced itself. The act of perceiving is not experienced as having that spatial extension. Thus, if it transcends spatial extension, it can't be reduced to physical causality, since physical causality would happen within space. But I guess the issue would be kind of more or less premise 3. And then this would go into what kind of underlying philosophical principles that we're having. And I could explain mine. It would be interesting to see what are yours. I mean, as I was saying to Leo, all of us are at some fundamental level to when we do philosophy, we have fundamental principles. This is just going to be the case. And at most we can do when we get to this impasse, because we're just disagreeing, because we're just having different philosophical principles in the way that we approach these questions, would be what are they? So I'm going to say, yeah, I have these things called eidetic a prioris, because all premise 2, 3, and 4 are eidetic a prioris. I'm going to say that those are justified as what Husserl would call an originary presentative intuition, which is just the principle of all principles. And given phenomenology, that's just going to be the basic principle that you use to approach philosophical questions. And if you use that basic principle, it does cut out a lot of, I guess, philosophies and metaphysics. You really can't have physicalism, nor can you have things like infinitism or coherentism. So the question is, what would be your fundamental philosophical principles that you kind of approach these questions?
Like epistemological?
Okay, so for mine, I would want to reduce everything to the principle of all principles. So basically, here's the exact quote. No conceivable theory can make us err with respect to the principle of principles, that every originary presentative intuition is a legitimizing source of cognition, that everything originally offered to us...
What these terms mean.
Basically, the simple thing, if something presents itself to your consciousness, you're justified in believing it as it presents itself to your consciousness, and only with the limits of that. So if you make the statement, it's raining outside, and you go outside and you see here and feel the rain, you're justified in that experience as the rain presents itself to your consciousness. That's it. That's all it's saying.
Well, that sounds an awful lot like phenomenal conservatism to me, and I am not a phenomenal conservative, but...
They are similar. The difference would be, I think humor does seemings, Husserl does givenness. That would just be, they're very close, but that would be the major difference. I would go more towards givenness and seemings. If you would like me, I could explain the difference between those two. So the way that I understand humor, it's more how it's a phenomenology of pushiness. So the analogy I gave, I'm locked in my room, I have the sound machine on, the blinds are closed, and I make the statement, it's raining outside. And so what happens is I, let's say, shut the sound machine off and I hear the rain. And so what happens, because of that one experience, I feel very pushed to believe that it's raining. It seems to me to be the case. That is more of a phenomenology of pushiness. It's more of how the psychological state that's happening you. For Husserl, on the other hand, it's rather more about how things present themselves. So when you hear the rain from the sound machine, you go outside, then you open the blinds and you see the rain, you go outside and feel the rain. It's these presenting themselves to you that are more of the justifying factor behind it. And I think that works better with the idea of originary presentative intuitions. You're justified in believing something as it presents itself to your consciousness in the way that it does. And so I'm going to want to reduce it to that. Now, J.L. Warren, you brought up things like abduction or other principles. So what would be your, let's say, fundamental philosophical principles? What are the fundamental ways that you approach philosophy and knowing how things are true and they exist?
I would say if you drive it down to the core, I mean, I hold that existence itself is a brute fact, and I hold to regulatory theory in that respect. So I mean, are you asking to me, it's like how I ascertain truth from an from a perspective of analytical philosophy, in that truth statements are inherently probabilistic because the interface that we have with what we call external realities or subjective internal experience. And so therefore The only way we can derive, the way we derive statements is through that interface of our subjective internal experience with what we would call objective reality or like external reality, and that we determine the probability of the probabilistic certitude of statements of what we would call true statements to a probabilistic degree through a comparative analysis of all of our subjective internal experiences. So because we know that just your subjective internal experience alone is not sufficient enough to get you to what is true, because you can perceive things incorrectly and derive things like type 1 and type 2 errors and stuff. You can perceive things and those not be the truth. You can perceive things from the wrong angle and get a false conclusion from that. So, or you could derive value from patterns just because just because we have evolved to seek patterns, because it's a survival mechanism. So in order to derive what is probabilistically true, we need to do a comparative analysis and be able to determine an independent mechanism in order to eliminate things like bias, observer bias, type 1, type 2 errors, and stuff like that. So I'm a methodological naturalist in that respect. My metaphysical positions are a result of the evidence and parsimony. I don't presuppose them. The only presupposition that I start in my worldview is that, I mean, you could say I presuppose that, existence is, I just hold it to be a brute fact, but I presuppose the I and the cogito, that we all do, because even the sense of self is still a thing. The self is a thing that is perceived and still could be a projection, a la Descartes and Nietzsche. But beyond that, I just try to work as bottom up as possible. That experience, observation, try to derive what is true probabilistically, to the degree that doubt would only be warranted if you were to present evidence that would warrant doubt,
Okay. Well, I guess I would say if there'd probably be an equivalent of a fundamental principle for you as I have in the principle of all principles. Like, for example, if someone asked me, hey, do you have a justification for premise 2 of my argument or premise 3? I would say it's an eidetic a priori. Someone asked me for an argument for that. I would say if X is an eidetic a priori, then X is justified. X is an eidetic a priori, therefore X is justified. They want to know an argument for premise 1 of that. I'd say if X is an eidetic a priori, it's grasped in eidetic intuition. If X is grasped in eidetic intuition, then it's grasped in originary presentative intuition. If it's grasped in originary presentative intuition, then it's justified. And that's going to be the principle where I have to bottom out, because if you go outside of the principle of all principles, then you're outside of phenomenology. So that would be mine, which would be at most fundamental. What would be yours that would be the equivalent of that? The one that's just, this is rock bottom. This is the most fundamental principle that you have by which you approach philosophical questions.
An experience is being had.
Okay, so I actually have that similar one. That's what I'm saying. So I'm having experience, but I'm understanding experience as having consciousness as intentionality. We can kind of go into that. So
I don't go into that. I just say that an experience is being had, and I have the perception of it is the self, that is the I that is having the experience. But that's all. Just by virtue of being able to doubt that an experience is being had, we can confirm that an experience is being had. So, but I presuppose the I and the cogito, same as everybody else. So I just know an experience is being had. The question is, from there, what is it that is being experienced? And is what is being experienced what is actually there to be experienced? Is the question. Is how do we determine the likelihoods of these things? Or what are the truth of these things? Is what I'm experiencing actually what is there to be experienced? Okay. Or and now from all intents and purposes, from experimentation and predictive modeling and independent testing, independent mechanisms, I hold that there is an external reality that we interface with, but we do not currently have a mechanism to differentiate between our subjective internal experience of that and what is the external reality. Maybe one day we will. I don't hold that to be an absolute that we will never have that, but we don't currently have that. But we can get close as we can. But it's still all going to be probabilistic. So,
okay, since we kind of agree with that, let's go on that. So to my argument. So would you say that when you experience, you agree with the first one, you obviously have to have consciousness. This is, again, the term Husserl uses, apodictically certain. It's just immediately certain that we're conscious awareness. Now, what about the one, as I said, that, consciousness does have this essential feature of intentionality? And I do kind of open up there could be non-intentional states like auto-affection. But when we're perceiving a tree, we're having an act of consciousness in which we're perceiving something. So would you agree with that, J.L. Warren, that when you are engaged in conscious activity and you're knowing something, you have to have that directedness or aboutness of consciousness? Because if you know something, you're knowing something. If I know the tree, you're perceiving the tree. And so your consciousness or your act of perceiving is directed towards something. So you'd obviously agree with that one.
At the base level, yeah, but it wouldn't be from. I wouldn't say you could go from there to truth.
Okay, so
Yeah,
I do that as well, and then I have methods which are called eidetic reductions. So when you're starting with that, and you're starting with the intentionality of consciousness, what are you then developing on that next step?
so you go through the process of, I would say, methodological naturalism, in the sense that you try to limit the amount of assumptions that you're making about the ontological nature of things, and that you try to derive what is most likely to be true based upon what you are experiencing and based upon the experiences of others, and then you try to eliminate all of the problems that could lean in one direction or another to unjustifiable conclusions. So that would be the methodology that we go through. Blind testing, double blinds, elimination of type 1, type 2 errors, elimination of observer bias, cognitive bias, all of that stuff. And we try to eliminate those things to the best of our ability. And we develop a methodology that can do that, can even weed out intentionally bad methodology. When someone tries to twist it to their own ends, like, say, like, from Darwin to Haeckel, shit like that, where with the science, the methodology can weed out the bad intentionality. So we try to work on that and try to get as close to truth as possible. So probabilistically speaking.
Okay, so it seems you have two, I have one. So we're both agreeing with kind of consciousness and intentionality. You're just including methodological naturalism. That would probably be the point of contention, which I would have. Now, as far as that, I would kind of probably want some kind of reasons as to why I should be a methodological naturalist and not accept things like, eidetic intuitions.
Because perception alone, I would say that would be a look at the history of it. That perception alone is less likely to get you to what the probabilistic truth of a state is. So if you're saying that I'm going solely on my perception alone, how close does that get me to what is true, as opposed to refining that and eliminating all of the potential errors that I'm not even aware that I'm making in order to get to that truth? I mean, are you even aware of all the errors that you could potentially be making in your in interpreting your own phenomenological experience? There could be mistakes that you're making just by angle of approach. Your frame of reference can actually have just the where you're viewing it from can have a profound effect on on how you perceive the outcome. So we know that because we are not we perceive that we are not omniscient and we are not omnipresent, then we can say that we have one frame of reference on one particular phenomenon. The question is, what is our conclusion about the truth of that phenomenon? Is that as close to truth as possible? And we realize we can get closer to the truth. And this is evidenced by the predictive modeling that we can take. That if my interpretation and your interpretation and Leo's interpretation, we take all three of these interpretations, run them through the methodology, we develop a predictive model, and the predictive model comes true, then we know that up through the middle is where we got there. Okay, because we eliminated all the possible, we eliminated as much as we could the errors that we could be making. But we acknowledge that we can't eliminate errors that we're not aware of. So that's why it's probabilistic and not absolute, not to that degree yet. So that's why we need that comparative analysis. I can't just stand here and rely solely on my own perception to tell me what is true to a justifiable degree about reality, because if I'm hallucinating and don't know I'm hallucinating, then how could I possibly eliminate that if I'm the only one that's there to act as a referent, right?
Okay, so the way I would like to approach this is that you start with consciousness and you have intentionality. So you would agree you have to know methodological naturalism. So you have to have a consciousness that knows methodological naturalism and understands its principles.
I think, I would say that it's simply a recognition that I would say, well, I wouldn't say you'd have to know methodological naturalism. I think that's the label that we later gave to the process of trying to determine what was true through very, very rudimentary means. Going back into our earliest years when human beings were like 30,000 years ago, the Neolithic age, when we were first entering like scientific exploration of reality to try and determine things. It was just a comparative analysis. I have a frame of reference on a cloud that makes it look like an elephant, but you have a frame of reference on the same cloud that makes it look like a seahorse. Which one of us is right? Neither of us are right, because it is a cloud that simply looks different from different angles. But it's neither one of those animals. It's just a cloud. Okay, so what is true about the thing? Okay, depending upon your frame of reference, they're both true. You just have to adjust your frame of reference. But what is objectively true? Nothing. It's just water in that respect, or as close to truth as possible. So I think we figured out, whether by accident or whether by intentionality, whether the recognition that perception alone doesn't get you as close to truth as possible. Through that process, we figured that out and then later labeled that process as methodological naturalism. So I don't think I think it's just a matter of kind of like us churning through reality to try and figure stuff out and eliminate the unknown to improve our survival and our safety and everything, that we came to that conclusion.
Okay. My point I was getting more like this. So obviously, methodological naturalism is kind of a way our consciousness structures or understands reality. We apply certain concepts or principles: space, time, causation, quantity. So we have to come in to understand that with some sort of conceptual schema. So consciousness has to understand reality in a certain way to have something like methodological naturalism.
Yeah, and the scope of like understanding in the scope of I guess you could say like a utilitarian perspective, like in the scope of our own survival. I could say sure.
Great. I guess since we both kind of agreed on the idea that we start with consciousness, we start with intentionality, and we're structuring reality out according to certain concepts, I would like to know the reason as to why. And I think we're kind of similar in some ways. I would actually kind of agree with science to some degree the way that you do. I just think it kind of limits our conceptual schema of reality such that it's more engineering. When we understand things through space, through time, through causation and quantities, we can kind of create things. It works for us. I don't deny that at all. But for me, given that I do experience spatial objects, I do see causation, one thing happening after another, I do understand in a quantitative way. I agree with that as well. But I also experience my consciousness as intentional. I'd like to know the reason. Are you saying because of precision, because of engineering feats, that I should take that intentionality, which I perceive as in its essential structure is not reducible to those, and just say it is because of how science has kind of helped us kind of create all these wonderful things?
Well, I'm hesitant to use the term like humility in this respect, but it seems to be the only one that keeps popping in my head. How to articulate this as best I can. Without making unnecessary assumptions about things I don't have access to, I would say I don't hold to conclusions just because they may validate my intuitions. I may perceive reality and then intuit things about that reality, but that doesn't tell me what is true, and neither is it a mechanism to get me to what is true. So I myself eschew my like initial in my impulses or my intuitions in that respect, the things that I derive simply by observation through via the phenomenological, and I eschew those because I cannot derive truth from them. I might be able to, but I have no mechanism to get me to like, well, is this as close to truth as possible? Is there a better way or another way that I can get closer to truth beyond simply relying upon my phenomenological, confirming my intuitions? Because I can never eliminate the possibility that I'm doing this because, I can never eliminate. Can you hear me? Sorry.
Oh yeah, I can. Yeah.
I hit my mic. Sorry. I can never eliminate the possibility that it's just an emotional appeal. Okay. Like, why am I deriving intuitions about things? Because I prefer a particular outcome, or I like to think of things in a certain way. Well, those statements, while they may describe me, they are irrelevant to the truth. So I cannot allow those things to guide me in the direction of that, because I could wind up just like in space travel. You change by 2 degrees, you're off by 1,000 miles. And I can't allow those things to guide me to a truth proposition when I'm starting off on the wrong foot. So I have to eliminate those things. Just be like, okay, so my feelings are irrelevant. My intuitions are irrelevant. What I have is the experience. And then we'll move on from there and go through comparative analysis like that. But the things that pop into my head about this stuff are completely irrelevant to it.
Oh, no, I guess the idea. So when I'm using intuition, I'm using eidetic intuition, which means an essential structure of experience. So what I'm getting at is the idea to even have methodological naturalism, we have to experience things, and we have a certain conceptual schema by which we structure reality. So objects are spatial, they're temporal. They're also one thing causes another, like one billiard ball hits another. We also want to understand things in terms of quantities, math, and this does help us in a scientific manner. I don't deny that at all. But what I'm kind of getting at is basically this. So I've kind of accepted your kind of point of view that we start with consciousness, we understand the world in a certain way to even have methodological naturalism. But the point is, to have methodological naturalism, in some sense, we have to start out by saying this experience of consciousness and its intentionality is going to be reducible to these spatial, temporal, causal, and quantitative aspects. And the only kind of thing I've heard about this is the reason for this is, well, science is done well. This is the reason to do that. But I'll be quite honest, I'm not very convinced by that.
Well,
I start more with kind of the,
to a probabilistic degree. I would say it's not absolute, and I don't claim it to be absolute. I would say to a probabilistic degree that would warrant certitude. But if there is evidence that would warrant doubt, I would invite anybody to present that, to warrant doubt on that. And the best way to do that would be to present a predictive model that utilizes the new information to make better and more accurate predictions about reality than any of the ones that we currently utilize. Say, like, if you could demonstrate that this is a way to get closer to truth, and by demonstrating that through predictive modeling, then the current methods that we utilize, then albeit, then I'm for it. I'm open to evidence that can alter where I end up, because I work bottom up. Bring in new evidence that changes that. But until then, we have the predictive modeling that confirms our interpretations of the evidence. Because if our interpretations are wrong, then the predictions wouldn't come true. So, but if there's so evidence would be fantastic.
Well, sure, but if evidence is going to be scientific evidence, or within methodological naturalism, then the evidence is going to be restricted to space, time, causation, and quantities. The only way you can approach this phenomenologically, the way that I'm doing this, is you just have to take that initial experience and you have to say the experience of the intentionality of consciousness as it presents itself and its essential structure is irreducible to physical causality, because we do not experience it as having metric properties or spatial extension just from the experience itself. And so I would say that to do science, we have to kind of somehow take that experience and restrict it and only allow certain concepts, to use the term Husserl uses, regional ontology, and then say we're just going to accept space, time, causation, and mathematics, and we're going to do that to kind of create all these kind of engineering feats, which has practical use. But to me, as I said, I think that right away I'm going to agree that, well, I had to kind of, for the sake of science, just sit there and say I'm going to bracket, I'm just going to push out the intentionality of consciousness, because that's not something that's understood within science. I'm going to say that because of that, science is limited in its scope. I mean, it doesn't mean that it doesn't do good things. I think it's good for engineering, but I think because it takes that original experience and it kind of puts consciousness out, or the intentionality of consciousness, it doesn't factor that in. That's why I'm going to disagree with that.
Well, I don't think that it throws consciousness out. I think it looks at consciousness in a different way that philosophy does, because consciousness, the way I hold consciousness is that it's the umbrella term that we give to the set of mental phenomena, is what it is. So anything that your brain does, the phenomena of your brain falls under the umbrella of consciousness. Your feelings, your intuitions, your thoughts, your emotions, all the things your brain does it all falls under consciousness. And I don't assume dualism. I don't think you can. I think that the mountains of data, the mountains of facts that we've confirmed about neuroscience, neurochemistry, neurophysiology, and the predictive modeling there, I think pretty much eliminates. It says that we can eliminate dualism because in order to get there, you have to appeal to magic and mystery. And I just said that I just don't do that. So I don't think there's any reason to believe in it, to believe that dualism is true. And so if we operate, it's not that we're assuming that it's all inherently physical, is that we're not assuming that we have access to things that we can't demonstrate actually exist. So if there is like a phenomenological state that is non-physical or non-empirical, like this state that's like this transcendental state, then can we demonstrate that such a state exists and that it exists independently of the physical state? And can we do things with that? Can we use that information to make better predictive models about reality? And the reality is we can't, because we can't demonstrate that it even is a thing. It's conceptually a thing. It's conceptualized it. We can conceptualize it, but we can't demonstrate it to be the case. And that's what's problematic in that. So we just don't make assumptions about things that we can't demonstrate access to. You follow me?
Okay. Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
But would I be correct in then what you're saying? You have to somehow then explain consciousness by a methodological naturalism, but we kind of accepted that methodological naturalism from the start experiences reality in such a way that it structures it according to space-time causation and mathematical properties. And I would agree with you that obviously if that's the case, it's going to exclude the idea of the intentionality of consciousness as being real. But I'm going to say that goes against my original experience, and that's why I'm going to discount that. So I think that's going to be where the difference lies.
Yeah, I think it's just a matter of looking at looking at consciousness itself from like two different frameworks. Is like you can think things about consciousness and you can ascribe things to it, but there's the reason is like, why are we ascribing those things to it? And I look at consciousness in a very simplistic manner. I don't think of it as like this there's no reason to think of it as like this kind of like amazing thing. I hold it to be an emergent property of functioning brains. There's enough correlative and causative data to indicate the physical relationship between the material of the brain and the phenomena that we call, or the phenomenon that we call consciousness. Yes, you are correct. We have not determined the nuances of how the physical translates to the phenomenological. True, we haven't crossed that gap yet, but that's just a matter of experimentation and being able and having the technology to get to that point. It's kind of like asking questions about states prior to the Big Bang, what we call the Big Bang. We just don't have access to it yet. Okay, but that doesn't justify any statements made about those things. That's all hypothetical. I was saying that without assuming, without making assumptions about the ontological nature of experience or the ontological nature of consciousness beyond what we have access to, this is what we are justified in concluding until we are presented evidence that would warrant a different conclusion, is pretty much where I'm at on that, if that makes sense.
Okay. Yeah, I'm kind of different. I'm taking the immediate phenomenology, and when I take the consciousness and the intentionality of consciousness, and then I take the act of perceiving the tree itself has metric properties. It's spatially extended, but that's not part of the structural integrity of the act of perceiving itself, the intentional act. So the act is distinct from its object. Though the object perceived is spatially extended, the act of perception is not experienced as that from a purely phenomenological point of view. And this is where I would kind of base it more on that. And that's where I would kind of develop my metaphysics from that. So it seems, on the other hand, you're basically getting the idea that you kind of acknowledge there's an intentionality of consciousness, but because of the fact that methodological naturalism is so successful in scientific advances, that you're just going to reduce the intentionality to that, even though you don't understand how that happens.
Until we don't currently, right? I just see no reason to assume otherwise. Go ahead, Leo. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
No. I'm very, very confused.
If just a quick clarifying question, I don't think I've ever asked you this, Nightclub. Are you a metaphysical idealist? I've never actually asked you that question.
I would probably see the idealist or some sort of, neutral monism, something like that.
Okay, it's just to clarify, because I've never asked you that. I don't think I've ever heard anybody ask you that, so I wasn't sure. So I'm just trying to get a good clarification in my mind as to where we're arguing from. So cool. Yeah.
Yeah. For me, if I have my concept of, I shouldn't really use the term God because it creates confusion here. I'd have something more like the Vedic Brahman or the Neoplatonic one, as far as kind of my unconditioned reality. So what I would probably focus on, something to the effect of, I haven't really spelled out these arguments, but if I'm going to want to take experience, I experience myself as having a unified consciousness towards unified objects. And I'd probably want an argument that proceeds more towards these experiences of unity, and then see something like the Neoplatonic one as kind of the horizon by which unities appear as unities. Kind of, again, it's not worked out yet, so like that. Or also something like, the Vedic Brahman, this kind of pure witness consciousness as something inherent within all acts of conscious intentionality.
The waters can get kind of muddy on that. I'm fully aware of that one. And the epistemic standard that I hold myself to is intensely rigorous. I've been accused of having an extreme level of epistemic or an extreme epistemic standard for myself that I hold myself to, but I don't expect anyone else to hold themselves to the same rigorous standard, to that same extreme standard, because mine is correspondence theory pillared upon coherence, pillared upon pragmatism, and then it just I try to be as concise and elimination of all of the baggage that I could potentially bring into it. Like the very notion, like a lot of these things stem from the notion that human beings are somehow special, that we are like, there's a uniqueness about us, that there's something unique about humans, or that if we are so different in so like this special way, then it might be the observer's inference that we are intended to be different from anything else. Okay, so like, because we are so different, we perceive ourselves as being so different from other species, especially on this planet. There appears to be, we are the most dominant thing on the planet, yada, yada, yada. So there might lead to the inference that we are somehow intended to be this way. And like, I don't hold that. I hold that, that the evidence indicates that we are just products of the system, and our evolution went this direction, and that we are subject to the exact same selection pressures as everything else on the planet. And that we could select ourselves out of reality, select ourselves into extinction just as well as anything else could. The only difference being that we could do it, purposefully, or ignorantly. But in that respect, there's just certain, conceptualizations about the nature of humanity that I just don't hold to, because I just find them to be unwarranted. And that we're just, like I said, products of the system. The system is there. We are products of it. And to this,
I got another question for you. I brought this up, and I'm going to know this is a different topic, but I had a discussion with someone once, and this might be out there. I don't know how many are serious about this or not, but someone thought that Presup is just an elaborate troll, because not all atheists, but some atheists in the debate bros apply this hyper skepticism, like the kind of ask yourself guy from that Isaac from that server. So the goal was to troll. Now I don't know how much I actually take that seriously, because Presup basically is. So what are your thoughts on that? That it's basically just an elaborate troll, because if you have someone kind of asking you endlessly, what's your argument for that, or what do you mean by that? Eventually you're gonna have to bottom out somewhere.
Yeah, I myself, having read Van Til and to an extent Bonson, God, that was some cringe fucking reading. But with an understanding of Van Tillian presuppositional apologetics, the kind of like the guy that gave birth to that, I don't hold that it's an elaborate troll. I think unfortunately in the age of the internet, presuppositional apologetics lends itself to trollish behavior because of its inherent circularity. So I think it's just an unfortunate result of that. But I don't believe for a second that Van Til intended that. From reading Van Til's work, and his background and the things that inspired him, going all the way back to fascistic Dutch influences and shit like that. Van Til saw liberalism as antithetical to like Christian belief. And so that's why he was deeply, deeply conservative to a fascistic degree. And his intention was to formulate an argument that could not be defeated, making certain assumptions of truth about, within the Christian framework, that would stop people from asking certain questions and stop them from leaving the church, because his progressivism is what he had a problem with. He saw the advent of progressivism as eroding the foundations of religious foundation, that allowing people to ask certain questions led them to eventually leave and go to more progressive and eventually maybe even become atheists. And he had a huge, huge problem with that. So I think he formulated that as a way to try and protect the faith from external critique and give believers a reason not to leave because they couldn't eliminate the possibility. So by looking at things a certain way, I think he was. I think honestly, he was doing his best to try and protect the faith from the gradual change of time, and external thought, external critique, and stuff like that. He wanted to protect it, but it's bad. It's philosophically bankrupt. I think Van Til knew that. I think it became really, really apparent after his debate with Clark, when it was pretty much thrown in his face, and Clark was not excommunicated, despite the fact that Van Til wanted him excommunicated. He felt that progressive thought was the toxin that was killing modern Christianity, but he knew it. He knew that it was philosophically bankrupt, which is why he pretty much ran from confrontation and eventually started up the Westminster Church, which was his whole intention. If I can't get other institutions to believe what I believe, I'm just going to start my own, which is what he did. And so I think that's what his intention was. It's just like you have people like fucking Bonson who, with their antisocial fucking antics, have led to this acceptance of using it to troll people. It's an unfortunate side effect of the internet, because obviously
Bonson did admit that. He said the goal of Presup is to shut the atheist up.
Yeah, to shut the mouth of the non-believer. And I'm kind of like, I think that Van Til, I think his heart might have been in the right place, trying to do what he did. And I think like all ideas, it was taken on by a bunch of people and just, it blew up into something that it wasn't meant to be. And now, because obviously Van Til didn't have an idea of what the internet could possibly do, and then given the internet, the anonymity of the internet, influence people like Bonson and shit has resulted in it being a trolling tool, or a tool used by trolls. Because you can't defeat me. Premise 1, I'm right. Premise 2, I'm right because I say I'm right. Conclusion, I'm right. That kind of shit. So when I don't, think
it's more or less.
Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
It changes it more from argument to frame control. So you can control the conversation. That's basically it. So, again, Leo Phillips can vouch for this. Remember Darth Dawkins when he was an evidentialist or classical apologist? He failed completely. When he actually had to provide arguments, he couldn't do it at all.
Right.
He did get, for a short period of time, successful in the Presup, because it was like, well, how do you answer this? Or how do you answer this? He put the burden on them, and he kept basically just this burden shift. And he kind of controlled the conversation. He forced people to kind of answer according to his rules.
Right.
That was it. And that's what kind of made him, for a short period of time, very successful.
And I mean, when something could be so easily defeated as, I simply reject your definition of God, because the definition that he's deriving from God is he's only deriving that definition specifically to win the argument, because he's saying, like, these are the states of things. I'm defining the God as doing the thing that is necessary to bring this about. So therefore I'm right. And when you can say, like, well, I disagree with your definition of God, that's not what's biblically upheld, or I can say I disagree with whatever. If you can just it's just a disagreement on terms. If you can end the argument on just a disagreement of basic terms, then it's got no merit. And I think people got wise to that. And so in order to keep the conversation going, it resulted in just bad faith actors, doing their thing to try and win debates. As Planet Peterson would point out, is kind of like, what is it that your argument allows you to do? What is it that your position allows you to do other than win debates on the internet? So.
Yeah. No, but I think also, what do you think about some, not all, like certain atheists applying a similar structure as far as the whole, the guy who perfected it, the vegan guy, Isaac?
Yes.
I'll ask yourself.
Yes. Because as I said, at some point, everyone's got to bottom out at certain principles. So if you basically sit there and say, well, what's your argument for this, or what's your argument for that? There's going to be some principle which is just fundamental to a system. And that's all you can do, is just put your cards on the table and say, this principle for me is fundamental. At some point, if I say the principle of all principles, it's ultimately elucidated and ultimately elucidating. That's it. And so I can't really get anything beyond that. And so I think the structure of debates here on Discord, I've noticed this, it's less about rationality, but it's more about kind of what Foucault would call these discursive regimes of power. There's just sort of these discourses that are just embedded in there, seen as what is right and what is wrong. And in here, I notice it's a fight between, you would say, a Darth Dawkins type tag versus what I would call the ask yourself type, I guess, methodology. That's it. And those two seem to be the ones that are just kind of accepted, but no one kind of questions them. But at the same time, as I say, they've got fundamental principles as well.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. And so I wonder if those two are just kind of the mirror of each other.
I think possibly. I think it's just, I think it's a result of it. I think Taco also goes into something similar along those lines. You got the presuppositional argument for atheism, or whatever he calls it. I don't know. But I think it's just, I think it's a result. It's just kind of like the natural reaction, to what's being put forward. They come off as trolling, so we're going to troll them back by using by using the mirror argument to show. I honestly, I haven't really gone into that a lot. I just find it funny sometimes, in that respect. I think it's more intended. I think it's more intended for the humor than it is to try to convey like philosophical thoughts or philosophical advancement. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I noticed, and I don't know, Leo, if you remember this from Pal Talk as well. I think the structure's on here because I took a long break and I came back. But what I've noticed is that in Pal Talk, there was more substance. When I'm coming to Discord, it seems to be more script and gimmick. It's more like structured on winning debates.
I don't know why I think that is.
Yeah, why?
I think it's related to a performative aspect. On Pal Talk, you couldn't really interrupt people. You had, 2 or 3 minutes completely uninterrupted to say what you wanted to say. And I think people were more encouraged. I think that sort of encouraged people to be a bit more substantive rather than just try to interrupt people and overtalk people and just, get these immediate quote unquote gotchas, like the kind of discourse that plays out here on Discord.
Yeah, because Discord, I think, as I would say, the Discord versus that, there's better, I guess, if you want to say more effective at rhetoric and debating, but worse as far as substance, because people, I guess you said, are just trying to get quick gotchas. They're not really trying to kind of explain their ideas.
Agreed.
Because the conversation we had earlier was very good. We kind of found out where we kind of disagree. Where we agree and we disagree. We both agree that we have consciousness, we have intentionality, and we structure a world. I'm just going to not want to reduce intentionality to these kind of principles that are inherent within methodological naturalism, where you would, and that's really where the point of dissent's going to be.
Yeah, I just see no like contradiction in those things. Actually, if it was the case that these things were reducible. If that is the case, that it is reducible to physical because that's the way it is, there's no logical contradiction there. There's no physical contradiction there. So I would say then that's fine. I'm good with that. I would be okay with that. Whatever is logically entailed by that being the case or that being true, I have no problem with those logical entailments either. So I wouldn't hold. So at this point right now, I really kind of I just hold to what the evidence tells me, which, right now it's kind of indeterminate in that. I just don't hold that the hard problem of consciousness is a problem that I think it exists because the circumstances.
It's not a problem. It's only a problem for dualists.
Yeah.
Because it's only a problem if you suppose some dualistic nature to consciousness itself, which I don't.
Well, okay, as I said, so for me, the reason why it's a problem, because the methodology that I'm using, and in that methodology, so yeah, it doesn't entail logical contradiction, but I have something called an eidetic a priori, which would be something essential for the structure of experience. So when I take consciousness and take intentionality and then take a specific act of that intentionality when I perceive a tree, I'll say it's part of the eidetic structure of the tree that it is spatially extended, it has metric properties. But the act of perceiving, if I find out its eidetic structure, it doesn't have that. It's more kind of like a field or like a revealing. It doesn't have metric or spatial properties to it, just from the pure phenomenology itself. And so for me, that's where I'm going to obviously disagree.
Interesting.
Yeah, so and again, so for me, that's my method. So I'm going to go to my method and I'm going to sit there and say, well, the reason I hold to this principle, ultimately, as I said, if people want to push me on it, I'm like, okay, look, if X is an eidetic a priori, then X is justified. X is an eidetic a priori, therefore X is justified. And then again, they want to, what's your argument for premise one of that? Well, okay, if X is an eidetic a priori, It's known in eidetic intuition. If X is known in eidetic intuition, then it's known in originary presentative intuition. If X is known in originary presentative intuition, then X is justified. And that's by the principle of all principles. And that's the one I can only say it's ultimately elucidating and ultimately elucidated. But at that point, that's going to be the fundamental principle of the way I do philosophy. And to ask me for a principle that is going to elucidate that, I like to use the term elucidation as a justification, well, you're taking me outside of my method. Because according to my method, that's the criteria. It has to be both ultimately elucidating and ultimately elucidated. That's the principle I want to get. And if that's it, then I'm not going to go outside of that method. And so this is where, on my theory, as I said, what's happened is discord in some sense. I think it's a good exercise in like Foucault and Wittgenstein. A lot of times, a lot of these people just unthinkingly hear this stuff and they're repeating it, they're parroting it. Like, what's the logical contradiction in that? What's your modal scope? Or what's the argument for that? Or can you give me a semantic analysis of that? It doesn't seem like they're really understanding what I'm saying. It's just like a parroting for these, trying to get these quick gotchas.
Yeah.
That's it. So that's what I've kind of noticed.
My only question regarding the phenomenological is: at what point do you hold that these kick in as things that we are intentionally aware of? That the moment perception begins for like a human a human is born, it goes through the gestation period, and perception, as we understand it, basically the internalization of external and internal stimuli. We can't really nail down a point where perception via the body interacting with external reality, where that really begins as the brain itself develops. So would you say that this kicks off at like the moment nerve impulses start firing, which is like really early on in nervous system development, but you've got nerves firing, but the brain is really at the point where it's perceiving things as being external or whatever. It's just like these things are firing, or like the moment of self-actualization when a person is in between the ages of 4 and 6 and they actually they self-actualize, recognize that they're entities external of themselves. At what point do you hold that it kicks in?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't know when. I mean, I know that I had intentional states when I was kind of young. I do have some memories at 3. I couldn't be able to communicate that. I don't know. I haven't really talked to a baby about that or a younger person, so I don't know exactly. The only thing I can say is that I do know I have, and I experience intentionality, and that experience itself is the sticky point for me. When I really kind of analyze it and try to understand it on its own terms, yeah, I'm perceiving a tree. There's an act of perceiving, and there's an object perceived, the tree. Yeah, the object perceived. Yeah, okay, yeah, tree spatially extended, sure. Symmetric properties, absolutely. But I'm just not kind of experiencing that as part of the essential structure of the act of perception itself. If I tried to reduce it to that, it would just destroy its entire structural integrity. I'm experiencing it more like, again, it's harder to use a language, like a field by which things appear to consciousness. That's kind of how I'm experiencing it. It's like a revealing field of some sort.
Well, we can do that.
That to me is sticky.
Yeah, we could do that at our stage right now. Like I can do that standing in a field looking at a tree. But we know that our ability, our capacity to do these things is developmental. So it doesn't we don't pop out, with these cognitive, with these, I would say with this level of cognition. Our brains haven't developed to that point. So I'm just kind of curious as to like understanding the development of how the development of the brain, of how neural pathways form and such like that. If I put a baby in front of a tree, and the baby turns away from the tree no longer exists for the baby, because the areas of the brain that are concerned with things like object permanence, that things do exist even though you're not perceiving them, those areas are not developed yet, but they are developed in a mature adult human whose brain has reached that point of development. But they don't exist for the baby, which is why the game of peekaboo is so entertaining, because they don't perceive that the face is there and then it's gone, and then it's back and it's gone. They don't perceive that it's simply behind the hands. They're not going anywhere, but because their brains are underdeveloped. So in that respect, is there a developmental I would say analog? No. Developmental correlation to understanding these things? Because that would lend itself towards the physicalism when these things are recognized to be external of us, because our brains have developed to a point, as opposed to when we just come out of the womb or when we're infants and we don't have that level of capacity yet.
Yeah, sure. I'm saying, I don't know that much about that to comment on that. but I'm just telling you how I understand it and how I process it.
Okay. It's just it's an interesting question. I was kind of like, because I mean, my background was forensic psychology, and I spent a lot of years, child development, behavioral psychology, stuff like that. So understanding like the physiology of child, like how brains develop, going through those phases, and self-actualization is a major area. And you can tell when someone is delayed actualization, has early actualization. It typically ranges, in our species in between the ages of 4 and 6. Some people earlier, some people much later. But it's around those areas when we begin to recognize that there is a separation between us and the objects that we perceive. And so that's when humans begin to pass the mirror test. And you can see that in other species as well who pass the mirror test as well. So it's just for us, it happens in that time frame. This all goes into like cognitive shit.
Okay.
But it's an interesting field. I'm just kind of like wondering where the overlay is in deriving these conclusions based upon the development of the physiology of the physical material, which I find really fascinating. So might be an area for future discussion. Cool.
Yeah, well, we find out where we kind of agree and where we disagree. And
definitely. All right. I think this was good. It's a little past 1. And I'm getting a lot of good feedback about the convo. This was a really, really good one, Nightclot. I appreciate you coming up.
Thank you.
Definitely. I don't see anybody else with their hands up, but I've been going since 10 o'clock. I'm hoping we might get another hand up. I see a lot of people who were kind of like talking the talk in the side chat. Don't say that, Tyler. That's mean. That's not nice. That's not nice. Nightclot has got his head in the right place. He's doing the exploits, he's doing the work. That's all we can expect, And it's kind of shocking. I will say this, Nightclot. 2 solid conversations in a row on this Discord. The guy before you and you, and I'm kind of blown away by this,
Okay.
Yeah, as long as we're not including MacGruber.
Yeah, true. Like, for example, Leo.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, Leo can vouch for this. I mean, in some sense, I think the one mistake I made a little bit on Discord is I kind of let the trolls I kind of did what Nietzsche would say. I stared too long into the abyss and it stared back at me. I kind of acted a little bit too much like them. And Leo would know I didn't act like that in Pal Talk at all. So I think that was the worst thing. That's how they win, is they basically suck you into their nonsense and then you start to act like that. So now on, I just kind of mute troll. I'm going to say mute them, but I do mute them in rooms. I just don't want to deal with them because I think that's the worst thing. That's the way that they win. And I told Muslims that before. I said, look, here's the reality of the situation. You lose by the trolls. And I said, this is the reason why. Because your whole rhetoric, and would you agree with this? Hopefully I'm not going to take up too much time. The Islamic rhetoric is a rhetoric by ethos. We're the best behaved. We have higher ideals. Well, look at the teenage Muslims on Discord. That's clearly not the case. I mean, those are the worst trolls that you can imagine. And that's when the troll wins, because they just point. It's like, wait a minute, because you do know that that's the Muslim rhetoric. It's always like you see these videos. This one guy's why he converted to Islam because, I saw a higher standard, a higher conduct of behavior. I got sick of the behavior that I saw everyone else existing. And again, I don't know if you've experienced this as well. Some of the teenage male Muslims on Discord have got a troll. They're just terrible. They're like some of the worst trolls you can imagine. So they've taken the trolling of them and they've kind of integrated it, and they've kind of and that's not a good thing for them if their rhetoric is, hey, look, we're selling ourselves because we're the best behaved. Well, yeah, it's not going to work.
I think that was a direct quote. I think that was a direct quote from Nietzsche. It was like, he who fights with Discord trolls should look to it that he himself does not become a Discord troll. I think that
I know. And I kind of took a step back from that. I'm like, yeah, okay, no, I kind of did that a bit. Like again, the whole pit thing. Like, for example, the reason for my picture and the whole post-pick bug man was because about Christians trolling me. So originally, when I went to politics and religion, and the pagan thing, and I had kind of Christians posting memes constantly, like the whole fat neck beard with the Thor's hammer and stuff like that.
Yeah. So
I got that for like months. And I'm like, okay, you know what? Fuck this shit. And I just dropped something like this. This is like a newer picture, but obviously I'm not some sort of fat pagan neckbeard sort of guy. Look at me. And it kind of destroyed their whole rhetoric. And then you open yourself to other trolling to do that. Well, people will kind of just spoof your pics, which, that's it. So
You know what
it's
you look
kind
like, Cyclot?
what?
You look like that one guy from, I think he's from somewhere. He's Nordic, I'm pretty sure, who like wields the axes and shit and jumps from really super high places into freezing cold water. That's what you look like. That's what it looks like you do.
Well, that was the whole point. That was originally the thing, because the Christians, the base Christians, but then those ones actually got to be kind of friendly with me after that. But they basically were mocking. Okay, you look like, probably going to look like this fat, neckbeard guy, blah, blah, just constantly that. And I just, okay, here's my pick. And it kind of shut that down. So that was basically it. And so I kind of then ran with that for a bit. And I was just, okay, post pick bug man, you can't out Viking Giga Chad me, because basically it kind of was thrust upon me. That's it. That was kind of what happened in that. Yeah, because so that was it. So just, I don't know, is the point. But on that note, do you kind of agree with my assessment that some of the worst trolls are teenage Muslim males?
I think a lot of teenage males in general are just really shitty online.
Yeah, I would say like teenage males in general. Now, I agree with you that Muslim teenage ones, that those are bad. But the worst, but then again, I have not really interacted with a ton of them. I have predominantly interacted with teenage presuppositional apologists, and those guys are just awful. So maybe they're in the running. Maybe it's a neck and neck kind of thing. They're both fighting for the finish line. I don't as to who is the worst, but I find them both. I think I've interacted with more presups, and those cats can just get fucking repellent.
Well, I think why that doesn't affect Christians as much anymore. That would have affected Christians a lot more 20 years ago, when, basically Christians always wanted to be, we're the moral people, we're the good people. But I think that's one of the things Donald Trump did with the evangelicals voting for him and supporting him. He kind of killed Christians don't really have that rhetoric anymore. It's like they want to be obnoxious, like an Andrew Wilson.
I think Donald Trump changed it. I think he just drew it out more. Christians were always like that in this country.
Well, they don't really care about being, okay, we're moral ones. Their goal now is just like Andrew. I mean, the weird thing about it is you got someone like Andrew Wilson, who really promotes this sort of male power force doctrine, but he couldn't even open a jar of olives.
Yeah, I saw that video. That shit cracked me.
That was because the brown girl touched it first and got her greasy hands all over it. Didn't you hear him? She greased up that lid, and that's why the white man couldn't get it open.
Well, I'm just saying, how does that even work for him when he claims force doctrine and men are the one that institute females' right? It's based on power and force. Well, obviously, look at the guy. I mean, this is not a guy that I would in any way think, okay, this is a guy who's instituting force. Clearly not. I mean, he's kind of, I don't know. I mean, just not really very built, and again, back.
Nightclub, that's a debate that I would like to see, an in-person debate, because I've seen a pattern of behavior from Wilson that when in the presence of individuals that he judges a particular way, he has a certain pattern of behavior. I would love to see a live debate with you to see if he's willing to run that same script just by virtue of his perception of you. Just, if he's consistent, I would love to see it just to see what would happen as an experiment,
Yeah, because the reality is 1,000 years ago or so, he would not fare very well. I mean, it was males that were very warlike and aggressive.
You would home gong his ass. You would.
Yeah, I mean, no, people. That's why I get trolled. I mean, look, I don't mean to be cocky about this or so, but that's why I'm kind of calm now. But sometimes I can get kind of angry. I got tested MAOA gene. I've got the short form of it. I tend towards rage and all that. Yeah, look, the environment that I'm kind of came from, but that's it. So 1,000 years ago or so, it's not going to be over the internet, people sitting there and saying, oh, making fun of me. And then I kind of they rage bait me because I have a tendency towards rage. It's going to be, you do this in front of me. Well, yeah, I'm pulling out my sax and we're going to fight.
I will tell you this, Nightclub, there is some love in my live chat for fat pagan neckbeards. So, not saying that you are one, but there's a lot of
okay.
Like, I identify.
Did they see my pic just in case?
They do. They can see I'm live on my channel right now. They're just saying like, no judgment there. Love for the fat pagan neckbeards out there, but people have called me that as well, and I think I'm like half your size. I'm in that respect, but But I have a beard as well. So, but I think this was good. Somebody's saying that they can't hear me. But I think everybody else can.
I think a lot of these, because because the way he understands it isn't like, okay, all men all protect all women.
Right.
First of all, in those types of societies, women who can use their sexuality to their advantage tend to succeed, and also very strong, powerful men. It's much more evolution. It's more going into kind of like the traits that evolution, if you want to say that, selected for males and females. And so probably there's going to be a lot of women that are going to have a lot more power than him, especially attractive women. So attractive women, their goal is going to be, can they kind of manipulate this strong, muscular male to do their bidding? And I don't think in those types of societies, he would be I think most people on here would probably not be very successful in those types of societies. I don't know if they would want it.
I'd put some money on that. I would. I'd put some money on that statement right there. I would. I think that's good. That's good Vegas odds.
One of the biggest things that I find extraordinarily hilarious about the modern bro-go alpha male movement, particularly here in the United States, is their consistent appeal to like Roman themes and Roman traditions. Buddy, if you lived in the Roman Empire 2,500 years ago, your cheeks would be getting clapped out by every Roman soldier twice your size, dude. They were fucking the shit out of each other. Modern masculinity could not handle what Roman masculinity was 2,500 years ago. These guys would run screaming like little bitches out of the shop, the houses or whatever they had. I can't think of the term that the Romans had.
Well, yeah, because people back then were more... Okay, so that's one of the things about civilization. Civilizational norms restrain instincts. Back 2,000 years ago or so, people are going to be much more open to their natural instincts. They're not really going to care as much. So society doesn't tame or domesticate as much, which is actually one of the theory... Are you familiar with a guy called Tom Holland? Not the actor, but the historian.
I don't think so, no.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
He claims that Christianity is the reason for that Christianity kind of domesticated humans, that it kind of created things like equal rights, compassion, all this, that if you went basically to an ancient Greek and tried to tell them of modern values, that person would kind of laugh at you. So if you went like something like 2,000 years ago and you tried to convince some sort of Scythian warlord of human rights, slavery is wrong, you shouldn't take concubines at a certain age, well, he wouldn't care.
This is kind of like I always draw back to like films I saw, but I remember a line from Beowulf, from the animated, from like the CGI Beowulf film, which I'm sure that you're probably a fan of, Nightclot. It was, the age of heroes is over, the Christ God has killed it and left nothing but weeping martyrs, and all we have left are weeping martyrs.
Yeah, and that's actually, in case you want to know that, I think that's really the best way to kind of understand Nietzsche. So Nietzsche's idea is something like this. Yeah, that's harsh, but that harshness creates a very meaningful reality, striving. Look at Ragnar Lothbrok and Vikings. When you get too much peace, security, comfort, you lose something. You lose that intensity that humanity has, and that's where kind of his idea of nihilism comes from. Because for him, for nihilism is just the higher values to value themselves. So it's the trade-off. Yeah, we have air conditioners, we have heating, we have safety, we have all this, but at the same time, he thinks there's something missing. When you don't have that. I mean, to quote the Lord's song on that, glory and gore go hand in hand. To have that glory, you got to have gore. You're not gonna have that without that.
Right.
It's just needed.
Cool.
And so that would basically be it. That's what I would say to some of these people that do that. Leo, I think like Andrew Wilson and others, do you really want to be in that society? I mean, how would you fare 1,000 years ago in there? I mean, because there's no internet. You say something to someone, I mean, you think the troll, I mean, because a lot of this is that it's a bit of an evolutionary mismatch. What would be successful in those societies wouldn't really be successful in this one, because on the internet, prone towards anger, rage, and all that is just going to have someone get, laughs out at you because you can't help it. You got to learn to calm it down. But that 1,000 years ago or so is beneficial, because the ability to just immediately rage up and to fight and just to get that energy is needed then. So what might work in a society 1,000 years ago or so is not going to work in a society now, or in a certain thing now.
You can see that. Well, we're getting along. It's almost 1:30 here, and I appreciate this has been a great conversation, Nyclot. I do appreciate it. We do have someone with their hand up, and I want to try to maximize the number of people. So thank you, Nyclot. You're always welcome to come up. Like, you remember, I do this every third Sunday. So if something else comes up, if you're here, if you happen to be here next Sunday, I'd love to have you up again, or in August, I'd love to have you up. So this was good times. I appreciate it, bud. I'm going to bring up Gun so we can continue this on, but I will catch you on the next one. Okay, Nyclot? Thank you, dude.
Oh, you're welcome. How do I leave?
I can move you down to the audience.
Okay.
All right. Gun. Try to fit some more people in before we call it for the day. Gun, can you hear us? Well, darn it. Boo. Maybe Gun just need to check their audio. Gun, raise your hand again if you trying to speak, but my audio is not a problem. Not a problem. Take your time. You're good. We still got some time left. I typically call this around 2:00. I think 10 to 2 is pretty good. And I see a bunch of people have popped into the live chat over on my side. I see Purple Bun. Good to see you. I Killed Earl. Good to see you as well. Rembrandt 972. Appreciate you being here. Got some chats here. While they're getting that figured out, while we get someone up, I want to say thank you to Cygnus TSP has been a member of the Godless Army for 37 months. Thank you, Cygnus. Lieutenant Jedi has been a member for 18 months. I appreciate that support. And Ozo Teddy Bear has been a member for 32 months. Thank you all for all the channel membership members. You rock. I appreciate those milestone chats. Those are really, really cool. But I appreciate all that support. I couldn't do this without you. Pandora's Pinata for 10 pounds. It says, the first Long Island today is on me. Appreciate that, Pandora. Well, I love Long Island ICs. I think I make one of the best ones. So, but I appreciate that, Pandora. You rock. Thank you for that support. I Killed Earl has been a member of the Godless Army for 24 months. Thank you so much. It's hit the 2-year mark. Awesome. Congratulations. And don't forget, anybody out there, if you're curious about it, channel membership gets you the access to all the custom emojis that I've made you, and of course the channel badges. And the channel badges are made. I made them after the expanding mind meme. So the longer you're subscribed to my channel as a member, the more your mind expands. See what I did there? Yeah, Leo gets it. So thank you so much, Earl. I appreciate that. And Regios has been a member for 45 months. Thank you so much. Regios is closing in on the big bad final, like currently there's the big bad final badge, which is its own unique thing. So YouTube recently let me to add it to it. So it's a big bad final badge of support. So I appreciate that, Regios. You rock for all that support. Thank you very, very much. Couldn't do it without you guys, every one of you. So yeah, it's 99 cents a month. For those who are curious about channel membership, it's about as much as I value my content. $1 I think is good enough. And of course, all your super chats and the super thanks and all that stuff, they really, really help. So thank you very much. The Giggler has their hand up. I could regret this, but I'm not sure. Giggler?
Yeah, that is just a terrible way to start this conversation.
I
I appreciate that I have a reputation, I guess. Have you considered the possibility that religious belief serves an invaluable function in human society?
believe that I hold from the evidence that it did once, a long time ago, that uniting people under the banner of a common idea made them more efficient and strengthen numbers and survival in numbers. I do hold that. But the survival utility of these ideas does not serve us anymore because we don't need them. As you know, given the difference between us 20,000 years ago and today. So I understand the social utility for the survival mechanism, but they're antiquated, they're ancient. We don't need them anymore.
My
Right.
response could be similar to JL's, but what I would say is that I think that it's clearly obvious that for most of human history, at least going back the last 6,000 years, religions, particularly organized religions, have been an integral part of the organization of society, the implementation of morals, the promotion of social cohesion. I think that's still somewhat relevant today, though I think significantly less relevant than the past. I think that religions, as those kinds of institutions of social cohesion and governance, is slowly falling away and being replaced by a variety of other institutions. We have modern academia in terms of education. We have modern liberal democracies, at least for the most part, in the Western world in terms of broader government. We also have governance at state and federal levels, or state and local levels here in the United States, and at the local level in many other countries. So I think a lot of the activities that these organized and decentralized religions played over the course of human history is slowly falling away as humans turn to other more broad and I think more democratized forms of social organization and social management.
Yeah. I read a book from Steven Pinker called The Language Instinct, where he makes the argument that in the human species, language is instinctual. So humans born in places where they don't have access to language will create it because language is an instinct. And he makes a very compelling argument. Whether you agree with it or not is not really the point. But I think that same argument could be made for religion. If you remove religion from human society, it will recreate itself. And my argument for that would be to point to like cargo cults, for example.
I know what that is.
What about well, there's two things there. I haven't read this book. Do they acknowledge that there are other that we have found, well, does he acknowledge the latest advancements in our understanding of communication that indicates that other species have languages?
Yeah, it's one of the big points of the book. Sure.
Like cetaceans and primates to a degree.
Yeah.
Okay, because those are recent developments. Like 2024 was like the understanding of the syntax and the developmental structures and the primary necessary structures for language that exist in other species.
Yeah, the very specific points he makes is the examples of humans trying to teach sign language to other apes. And he says, the failure here is that the human brain has uniquely evolved for language in a way that, is rudimentary in some other species, but nothing compared to humans. And his example was, imagine a bunch of elephants who find the most closely related species to them and then try to teach this species to do something with its nose. And they get, I think it was like a naked mole rat or something was the closest species. And they get this thing to roll a peanut across the floor with its nose. And they go, oh, look, it's just like us. And it's not. Elephants have a unique organ for a very specific thing. Humans have a brain for language. And again, I think that same argument could very much be made for the human brain and religion. We have evolved to be religious believers.
I think we're evolved. I don't think that holds. I think that's cart before the horse. I think that religion is something that can fill. Okay, I think that humans are evolved as a survival mechanism. Our species, technically, our genus, all the members, and including the extinct one, the ones that Homo sapiens have out survived, we're the last members of our genus alive. All the others are extinct. That we evolved, our brains evolved for pattern recognition as a survival mechanism. And organized religious thought, or religious idea, like religious thought, it's hard to kind of express it as kind of like that. But the functionality of religion facilitates that pattern recognition. Okay,
that's
the best way I could describe it is, I think, have you ever seen that video? It's a funny video. It's a short on YouTube where the guy is putting the different shaped blocks into it's like a toy. He's putting the different shaped blocks into the different holes. You have like the half moon, you have the square, you have the rectangle, you have the cylinder. Okay, right? And the girl's like, I have a square. So where's it go? It goes in the square hole. Exactly. I have a circle. Where's it go? It goes in the square hole. He's taking all the different pieces, different shaped pieces, and putting them in the exact same hole. Okay. The point of that is to realize that it does have a utility, and the utility matches to what we are how we have evolutionarily developed to seek meaning in patterns as a means of survival, and religion facilitates that. But it's not an indicator of what is true, is the problem. And that the facilitation is what allows for the survival mechanism, in large groups that believe the same thing, operating towards the same goal, efficiency, survive, shit like that. But it doesn't give us any broader meaning, because we can accomplish that with other things other than religion. Religion just happened to be the one that came along that was the easiest to spread.
That sounds very much like an argument I once heard Richard Dawkins make, that religious credulity is a weird, unintended offshoot of natural selection. And I thought that was a massive failure on his part, because religious credulity was selected for because it served a purpose that led to survival.
Well, okay, so the idea of centering certain behaviors and to justify them by giving them like this grounding that we make up, or that we may intuit or infer about things. Okay, so you have to ask, what came first? Did religion come before human evolution, before human brains evolved to recognize patterns? Or did human brains evolve to recognize patterns, and out of the process of deriving like information or value or whatever out of the patterns we see in reality, did that sow the seeds of what would become religious thought? So which one came first? And obviously we could say, just by the archaeological evidence, that our evolution as a species precluded religious ideology or religious thinking. And religious thinking.
Can I jump in here?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, go ahead, Leo.
So, for me, I don't think that religions were primarily about worshiping deities. I think that religions were more about things like social cohesion. I think humans are evolutionarily developed to create systems of social cooperation that are designed to promote social cohesion and the values of that particular culture. And I think that religion was born out of that, rather than it being religiosity itself that is intrinsic to humans. It's the need for systems of social cooperation, and religiosity was one of those systems. The reason I say this is because we can see plainly over particularly the last 50 years that, especially in the Western world, religiosity has gone down. And what we have seen is a strong correlation between the progressive development of Western democracies and a decrease in religiosity. And I think that religiosity goes down as a result of the further development of democracy and things like that, because those systems directly replace what it is these religious systems were doing. And so that's why we see religiosity going down, is because those systems of cooperation are shifting away from systems of religion into more cooperative, democratic means of broader social management. And I also think globalization plays a role here, but that's really neither here nor there.
I think I would explain the rejection of religious belief slightly differently. What I would say is that while there is a general tendency towards God belief, what happens is these religions get organized, and then they always overplay their hand. And once they do that, they are objectively just bullshit that people are going to reject. We see that all the time.
Well, ultimately, I think it comes down to the idea that there was a social survival utility that it served a long time ago, and these things are falling away because once the survival mechanisms, the survival utility has been shored up by something else, it no longer serves that purpose. And so now the only thing it really serves in the modern age is to create societal division where there doesn't need to be any. That's just the way I see it. So
I guess my argument, JL, is that if the atheist movement is successful in the sense that nobody takes religion seriously anymore and it kind of falls by the wayside, I think all that does is creates an environment for new religions to rise up.
Others could rise up, or none could rise up,
and they will.
But it's irrelevant because it still wouldn't warrant that belief in the existence of a god or gods is justified.
What was the example of the first Alaska natives? I think it was Alaska, who had European contact. There was a gap of like 100 years between the first and the second contact. And at the second contact, they found out that that first contact had led to the creation of a new religion, worshiping them as gods.
It happens, yeah.
Interesting.
So, but
yeah,
I mean,
interesting.
but I think Leo
that's the cargo cults, right?
I think Leo brings up an important point.
What
like
humans do.
Globalization, the interconnectivity of these ideas, our understanding of reality, and the way we can, information travels at the speed of light at this point, and not like via ship or horseback. So, in that or even by foot. Shit like that. Eventually, that our species could divest ourselves of these things. That these are just antiquated things. That these are conceptualizations of antiquity. We don't need to hold on to them any longer. Just like we don't believe that Krakens and Gorgons exist anymore. So that they'll fall to the wayside.
I think that Pinker's argument in saying language is instinctual was essentially saying that if language goes away, it will be recreated because it's an instinct in human beings. And I think that same thing applies to religious belief.
Yeah.
Religion will be recreated.
I guess I'm just not seeing the inference from language to religion. I see religion as something not. I don't see why I should think religion is something intrinsic to humans the way that language is.
And I imagine that Pinker didn't see it either, or he might have mentioned it in that book. I think it's a good point.
I just see it as a thing that was developed out of a result of our evolution for pattern seeking, is what it was. Whereas language in and of itself, or the communication of information, I mean, you can communicate information just with like grunts, howls, yells, and facial click, and like audible clicks. You can convey information so long as it's an agreed upon system of sounds that represent objects in reality. So it doesn't matter how the thing like manifests itself in reality. The communication of information from one organism to another by whatever means. I mean, sure, we have a very, very complex language as a result of the complexities of our biology. Okay. Other species have less complex or even more complex because like cetaceans, they communicate through not only sound waves, but variations in pitch, tone. They have levels of articulation that we don't, simply because they don't have vocal cords. They don't do what we do, but theirs is highly evolved, So in that respect, I just see it as a matter of biology, I don't think it's this major thing. And I think at a certain point, once information is spread enough, that these things will eventually fall off, Have
you read The Language Instinct by Pinker, JL?
I told you I haven't read the book. So I
can
only go by what I know in my studies of neurophysiology, neuropsychology, neurochemistry.
Have you read anything from Pinker?
I don't think so.
Okay.
If I have, I don't recall it. So.
Because I know his Better Angels of Our Nature got pretty popular 5 years ago or so. Although it's seeming ridiculous at this point.
I can give it a look. I can give it a look just by the title alone. I could say that sounds like an appeal to emotion, but that's just me.
Well, in the Better Angels of Our Nature, he makes the argument that humanity has gotten less violent as we move forward. And what's unfortunate in that book is in order to make the argument humans have gotten less violent, he has to tell you exactly how violent humans used to be. And you got to have a stomach for that kind of stuff, because I didn't know what breaking somebody on the wheel was. And if you don't know, don't Google it. You don't want to know. It's so much worse than whatever you're imagining it is.
But
yeah, if you haven't read The Language Instinct, I highly recommend it.
Do you know what scathism is?
No.
So breaking someone on the wheel, that's one way. Scaphism.
Oh, no, I don't. No, let's not talk about that. It's gross.
Scaphism is.
I want to be in a good mood today. I'm on vacation.
Okay, well, when you have a chance, look up scaphism, and it's SCAPHISM, or it's also called the boats. So that was a method of execution that was been described many times in history. Really, the shit that we've done to each other is really fucking horrifying. Like,
I really do think if you look at our two closest extant relatives, chimpanzees and bonobos, they've taken two different paths towards how to run a society. Chimpanzees have taken the path of violence to run a society, much like we have. But bonobos have taken the path of sexuality as a means of exchange, which, man, I wish we would have gone down that path.
Yeah, that would have been awesome.
It's too late now, but what could have been.
Definitely. All right, cool. Awesome. Well, I think it's about 15 minutes till. I don't see anybody else with their hands up. I appreciate you coming up, Gun. Or Giggler, sorry. Giggler, I appreciate you coming up. I'm unfortunately, Gun, I don't think you're able to get your audio working right or your mic working right. But we can definitely catch you on the next one. But chimpanzee picking his nose. Nice. But appreciate you, Giggler. Thank you very much for the conversation. Good topics there. And let me go ahead and move you there. I think it's about time that we wrap it. Leo, do you have anything big coming up on your channel or anything big coming up that you're doing?
I suppose it depends on how you define big. I think it's this coming Thursday. Me and 8-Bit are going to be debating the labor theory of value. Other than that, no, I do not.
Nothing big on your channel or anything?
No.
Oh, but I want to see.
I'm gonna. I start my new job tomorrow. I have orientation tomorrow. And once that gets going, I'm hoping that I can get my schedule set and I can start producing a bit more content.
Awesome.
That is the goal.
Fantastic. Well, for those of you out there who are curious, you can definitely check out Leo's channel, Leophilius. I think it's at Leophilius, correct?
Yes.
Yes, definitely check out his YouTube channel. And of course, you can check out mine as well. I have new content on the way. So far, I've been dropping on Tuesdays and Fridays, which seems to be working out pretty well for me. So I appreciate that. Thank you to everybody in the live chat. Thank you, Leo, for coming and hanging out with me. I hope this was as enjoyable as you hoped it was.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. See how excited he is? That's what I like to hear. You know, just that excitement. And hopefully we'll be able to do this again. But thank you, everyone in the live chat, everyone who hung around. Thank you, X, for the excellent conversations. Everybody who popped up, even entertaining ones like McGruber, who just wants to come up and preach at us, which is hilarious.
It was fun, though, dealing with people like him. We can just, it's like a cat playing with a ball of yarn.
All right, y'all. Well, I am JL. And my special guest, Leophilius. You can hear my dogs barking in the back probably. And this has been The Stage of Reason every third Sunday here on the Politics Discord server. You can get that link down in the description of this video, this live stream on my channel. You can join and hang out with us. And maybe I'll see you up on the stage next month. You know, I believe it is going to be August, whatever the third Sunday is in August. August 17th will be the next one. So until then, to everybody out there on the Discord, be safe, be excellent to each other, and we will see you next time. Okay? Thank you, Leo, again for joining, and we'll catch you, bud.
Thanks for having me.
Always. I think the call went well, and I will remove that. Fantastic. Good times. That was great. We got some more chats in. And a huge thank you again to Leophilius for joining. He rocks. Purple Bun for 5 pounds is JL. I can't thank you enough for your work. I'm sure you'll find a talking elephant for the next debate. No doubt. Fingers crossed. And Purple Bun has become a new member of the Godless Army. Thank you so much, Purple Bun. You rock. Thank you for that support. I appreciate it. Every little bit counts and helps me to run this bad boy. See? Now, Purple Bun, I saw you. Aha! See, I always catch it at the end. I don't let these things go by. So thank you, Purple Bun. I do appreciate that. I just ended it on the Discord. I haven't ended it here on this live stream. So Pragmatic Crystal, good to see you. Bob, good to see you as well. Sarioku, sorry I missed you, but good to see you. Fred and Six Fly, good to see you as well. Thanks so much for hanging out. This has been the Stage of Reason. So you guys rock. I appreciate all the membership milestones are fantastic. All of the super chats and super thanks in the comments, stuff like that. I'm glad you all enjoyed the Matt Powell video that I dropped recently. I think it's like 23,000 views, I think already, which just blows my mind. So new content coming out here shortly. I have some really, really interesting stuff I think that you might like as soon as I get it all edited and ready to go. You're very welcome, Purple Bun. Thank you. I couldn't do it without your support, without all of your support. You guys rock, you know. And new emojis on the way as soon as we cross those channel membership thresholds. So I hope you all had a fantastic morning. Thank you for hanging out with me this Sunday morning for the Stage of Reason. As always, every third Sunday, you will see this live stream go up, and then you can come up on the stage, ask questions. You can listen in, do whatever, and I'll be happy to engage you. I think Jefferson Spatchhawk might be joining us next month, or maybe a different guest. I don't know. We'll see who's available. But you all rock. Okay, I couldn't do it without you. So as always, I think we'll close it out there at a little past 4 hours on the mark. I think we're good to go. Just Jax, I sorry we missed you, but you definitely come up on the next one. I'll be happy to have you here then. So we'll definitely talk then. So as always, to all of you out there, be safe, be excellent to each other, and together we can bridge the divide. I'll see ya. You rock. All of you. Every one of you.